Chapter 14:13. Yifan fired 100 arrows in unison, the arrows containing powerful ancient methods, tearing apart the world, blasting apart the blood beast. Blood dyed heaven and earth red. Yifan stood there with his bow in hand, staring at the bloody mist and shattered bones. His expression was cold, and then he looked towards the other ancient ships. Ho! The blood beast released a roar, its primordial spirit surging, wishing to condense its flesh and shattered bones, reconstruct itself. Unfortunately, it didn't have a chance. Yifan released the final arrow. Wind and lightning surged, fast as lightning, directly nailing the blood-colored primordial spirit, shattering it. In despair, it released a final roar of unwillingness. The blood beast's body and spirit were erased. Everyone shivered inwardly. Yifan's methods were obvious to all, killing the blood beast with 100 arrows. Everyone couldn't help but be on high alert, classifying him as a dangerous individual. Previously, there was Golden Snake's second Langjun who killed the Golden Giant in 100 moves, and now there was Yifan who killed the blood beast with 100 arrows. These were both extremely glorious and astonishing battle accomplishments, making other supreme beings feel restraining fear. The heaven-swallowing beast and gold-eating beast's expressions were cold. They were also ancient beasts, yet in the end, they could only watch as the blood beast was killed, unable to stop it in time. Their expressions were downcast. The two of them were far stronger than the blood beast, because they were legendary rare beasts. One was known to be able to devour the heavens, rarely seen since ancient times. The other devoured all types of divine materials, even immortal gold, endlessly strengthening itself. The eyes of the two great ancient beasts were cold, staring at Yifan. Even though they felt restraining fear towards this person, they still wanted to take action and kill him. They possessed the most powerful ancient beast bloodlines. Once they reached the great success stage, they would definitely become the most powerful beast supreme beings, able to kill archaic gods and devils. They were exceptionally terrifying. You do have some methods. Let's continue our battle. Golden Snake, second Langjun, moved first, his snake tongue hissing, his eyes vicious, radiating strand after strand of radiance. His golden snake body slithered forward. He naturally wasn't willing to accept this. The battle hadn't even ended, yet a blood beast joined in midway, interrupting their battle. There was always a thorn in his heart. His flesh was inferior to Yifan's, so he wanted to use ancient methods to suppress and kill him. The way Yifan killed the blood beast was indeed a powerful deterrent. However, it was clearly not enough to suppress these supreme beings. It was because every single one of them was full of confidence. They came from different ancient regions and were the most powerful on their respective ancient paths. Without a true battle, they wouldn't give up on their emperor paths. The god race's holy daughter, Shenlan, spoke, saying, "Everyone, why must you do this? There are many dangers ahead. We should join hands and cross the sea together instead of fighting to the death here. I think it's time to get rid of some people. I can't tolerate them being an eyesore on the road." Golden Snake second Langjun said coldly as his golden snake body coiled around him. "That's right, it's time to settle things." The heaven-devouring beast and gold-devouring beast, these two supreme experts, also expressed their stance, pressing forward. Yifan didn't say anything. He raised his bow and released a monstrous, killing intent. Pang Bo's blood chi surged, and his battle prowess soared. His long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like cold lightning. He was ready for a bloody battle. "Everyone, please calm down. Now is not the time for internal strife. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Holy daughter of the celestial race, Shenlan, said coldly. She spoke the truth in a manner that was neither fast nor slow. Up ahead, the gray flood dragon, Gold Toad, and the other great sage might be waiting for them. They wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop and seize their natural luck. Shenlan's abilities were great. She understood a portion of a truth. The old divine expert had previously deduced that some of the young supreme beings might have great natural luck, drawing the Gold Toad, heavenly dog, and the other great sage's attention. They might take action to kill them and seize their good fortune. You think we're scared of those old things? We'll wipe them all out in the future. Golden Snake Second Langjun sneered. A formation diagram appeared above his head. It was like a flying snake, golden multicolored light, resplendent, and releasing great divine might. Killing the human race's holy body first won't affect our cooperation later on. The gold-devouring beast spoke coldly. Its entire body was cold, because its true body was a metal body. There would be young supreme beings falling step by step. The competitors on the Emperor path would be hostile towards each other. They didn't wish for others to stand in their way, so killing their enemies was the best choice. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation was transmitted from the bitter sea. An exceptional great battle took place up ahead. Purple energy overflowed into the heavens, divine might matchless. It was as if an ancient deity was awakening. The young supreme beings that were originally going to fight a bloody battle were all shaken. They stopped and gazed into the distance. Pung cries filled the skies. There was an enormous golden-winged heavenly Pung there. It tore through the 9 heavens, its wings like clouds that covered heaven and earth, rising 90,000 li into the sky. This was a terrifying scene. This golden Pang's strength was extremely powerful, ranked in the great sage realm. It was precisely the beast sovereign that walked together with the gray flood dragon, gold toad, and heavenly dog. He encountered tremendous trouble. In the sky, overflowing purple mist, a pair of ice-cold eyes stared at him. An ancient corpse-like figure appeared, bone chilling cold. The golden Pung released a long cry. Its enormous divine wings tore apart the heavens, making the vast sea rise and fall. Tsunamis angrily struck the skies, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. However, purple mist overflowed into the heavens, drowning out the golden light. That indistinct figure rushed up to the golden Pung, fighting a great battle with it. The battle was incredibly bitter. In just a short period of time, golden Pung blood scattered down, pouring down like a torrential rain on the black sea of bitterness, triggering all types of irregular scenes. Who is that? He injured an exceptional great sage within 10 moves, and he might very well kill him. What kind of background did he have? The young supreme beings were all horrified, even though they possessed endless potential, as well as terrifying inheritances, as well as secret treasures rarely seen since ancient times. Their hearts were still beating like drums. That was but a golden-winged great Pung, a powerful great sage, yet right now it was being suppressed, placed in an absolutely passive position. It might very well die here. It's him. Pangbo's expression became ugly. He saw a pair of purple eyes in the mist, as well as waves of resplendent purple light. He recalled the ancient corpse that was rising and falling in the sea not long ago. Correct, it is him. Yi Fan possessed the unrivaled heavenly origin eyes that could see through all fabrications. He saw the terrifying figure in the purple mist. That purple multicolored light was released from his eyes, and the purple mist was the blood energy within his body. It was extremely powerful, like a heavenly deity, terrifying into the heavens. This was the ancient great sage with the tyrant ether blood flowing through his body. Its might overflowed into the heavens, terrifying beyond compare. The great Pung was originally the most powerful expert within the same realm, and their race's bloodline determined that they were blessed by the heavens. However, at this moment, it was completely insufficient. It was like an ordinary great bird that was being hunted down. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and one of its golden divine wings was almost torn off. This was an extremely powerful tyrant body rarely seen since ancient times. It had already died for several tens of thousands of years, and for some unknown reason, it revived. Even though it didn't have any techniques or ancient techniques, the type of powerful physique made even gods and devils tremble. It slaughtered until the golden-winged great Pung cried out in grief. It wasn't its opponent at all. Is this a successful tyrant body? Yi Fan muttered to himself. His eyes flickered. Once this type of bloodline matured, it would truly be able to command gods and devils. It was extremely powerful and invincible. The golden-winged great Pung flapped its wings and flew straight up into the sky. It wanted to enter the cosmos and escape from this sea of bitterness. However, it didn't have this opportunity. The tyrant Ether Blood's supreme potential shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. It was difficult to find an opponent in this world, or else it wouldn't be called the Saint Physique's archenemy. This was the corpse of the great sage. At this moment, the purple tyrant Ether Blood surged like thunder, releasing an immortal power. He rushed into the sky and grabbed the great Pung. With a pu sound, blood splashed everywhere like a downpour. The ancient tyrant corpse tore off one of the heavenly Pang's golden wings. It was extremely bloody and cruel. Ah! Gu Tianpeng screamed miserably, full of despair. The ancient corpse grabbed him, and he could no longer struggle free. It was like the most terrifying god and devil was fighting against his physical body. The tyrant body's eyes were ice cold. Purple light flickered, and with a forceful pull, Gu Tianpeng was hacked apart. His primordial spirit had just rushed out when it was grabbed and shattered, turning into ashes. The sea of bitterness was absolutely silent. Only the golden Pung blood was sprinkling down. The two halves of the corpse fell into the black sea with a dong sound, stirring up heaven overflowing waves. He is a corpse, but he revived and gradually obtained the matchless strength he had when he was alive. What's going on? The goddess of the god race, Shenlan, said to herself. Her expression was grave. The dozen or so young supreme beings were all horrified. Not long ago, they had hurriedly glanced over and saw an ancient corpse floating in the sea. They never expected it to revive now. He drifted in the sea of bitterness, soaked in seawater like a law enforcer. When he is needed, he will revive and possess the strength he had when he was alive, said the archaic demonic god's descendant, Sangu. After who knew how much time had passed, that pair of ice-cold and terrifying purple eyes disappeared. The mist scattered, and the powerful tyrant ether body entered the sea of bitterness, thus disappearing. After experiencing this calamity, the dozen or so young supreme beings all became silent. No one took action again. The golden snake race's 4 Langjuns, Sangu, the heaven-swallowing beast, and the others all went on their way, heading forward. It's a bit strange, Yifan said to himself. This sea of bitterness is too mysterious, and it is a bit too vast. Look, there are stars falling from time to time in the distance. It is even more vast than a stellar domain. Pangbo said. They had never seen such a boundless sea before. It was comparable to a vast stellar domain, able to swallow the stars of the heavens. It was as if an ancient cosmos was evolving. The dozen or so individuals advanced side by side. They didn't fight and carefully headed towards where the golden-winged Pung fell. They wanted to see what was going on from the distance. That is, everyone was shocked. At the center of that vast sea, there was a wave of supreme, divine essence energy. It was as if immortal splendor was rising, surging in the sea. It made everyone's pores relax, even from far away. At the center of the sea was an enormous spring. Compared to the boundless sea of bitterness, it was a spring, but for everyone, it was even larger than a true lake. It surged up from the depths of the sea. It was sacred and auspicious, full of pure white radiance. It was simply the true power of immortals. It made people feel as if they were about to sprout wings and ascend. It was too gorgeous, abnormally auspicious, divine, and holy. It was as if the divine dew of the celestial domain was surging. It was incomparably resplendent and full of vitality. This is a celestial spring. It can regrow flesh and bones from the dead. They finally knew why the golden-winged Pung appeared here. It must have been attracted by this celestial spring. It wanted to enter the spring, but in the end, it was killed. Not only were Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved, but even Shun Lan, Sangu, and the heaven-swallowing beast in another direction were shocked. The golden light in the eyes of the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan flourished. There is a divine spring in the lifeless sea of bitterness. This is really strange and mysterious. Pangbo muttered to himself. What did you say? Yifan was shocked after hearing this. There was a kind of sudden realization, but also a kind of shock, almost to the point of being horrified. I'm talking about the divine spring in the sea of bitterness. Pangbo himself was stunned when he said this. Then, he revealed a shocked expression. Sea of bitterness, divine spring. Could this be a person's sea of reincarnation? The two of them looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. It was too similar. Even the name of this place was the Sea of Bitterness. This might not be a random name, but a fact. Obviously, Sanggu, the heaven-swallowing beast, and the golden snake Fourth Lang Jun also felt it. They revealed a shocked expression and carefully examined the huge divine spring. Could it be formed from the sea of reincarnation of a celestial being from the mythological era? Their voices were trembling. This was simply like a fantasy story. Such a vast sea of sufferings was even vaster than the vastest star field. It was like a universe. The celestial being was a supreme existence at the level of the great ancient emperor. However, at that time, there was no such thing as the great emperor or the ancient emperor. He was revered as heaven or Tao. The later generations called him the celestial being and the Tao venerable. It was earth-shattering. This speculation made the hearts of more than a dozen young supreme experts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. How heaven-defying was this? It challenged the limits of people's imagination. In the sea of bitterness that was as huge as the universe, stars fell from time to time like dust. If this was a fact, it would be enough to shock both ancient and modern times. There's most likely an ancient weapon at the level of the celestial being here, nourished in the eye of the divine spring. Yifan said in a low voice. Chapter 14:14. Giant black waves rose and fell, striking the skies. Waves of black mist rose, creating a terrifying scene. Yifan and Pangbo wanted to find the celestial being ancient weapon. This place most likely had such an immortal weapon. Not only them, but Sanggu, the heaven-devouring beast, golden snake, and the others were also moving. They didn't want to miss out on such a heaven-defying opportunity. At the center of the sea, the life spring's immortal light rushed into the heavens. It was resplendent and dazzling, with strands of immortal energy. Unfortunately, there was no way to get close to that place. They saw that corpse again. When its purple eyes opened and closed, astonishing radiance shot out. This wasn't an ordinary ancient corpse. Not long ago, it single-handedly tore apart the golden-winged ancient sky pone. The golden rain of blood filled this heaven and earth with an austere aura. No one dared to use force. They couldn't enter that immortal spring. This was truly regretful. That place was sparkling and dazzling. Every drop of liquid was a precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. It was unparalleled in this world. What a pity, Pangbo sighed. Every drop of this immortal liquid was priceless. It was a rare, great medicine, and this much was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. There will always be a way to get some divine liquid. Longmo was the most unwilling to give up. This was the life spring of an ancient emperor, comparable to an immortal treasure. The group of people weren't willing to leave. They wanted to find a way to seize some immortal liquid and great medicine. They couldn't just watch helplessly like this. They were truly somewhat unwilling. The most powerful bloodline gold-devouring beast, heaven-devouring beast, and the others didn't leave. They were ancient beasts and desired this kind of thing the most. If they could devour it, they might be able to break through immediately. The Sea of Bitterness was even more vast than an ancient star field. It was like the vast cosmos. Stars flickered as they fell into the Black Sea. The waves reached hundreds of thousands of li. Everyone was cautious. Stars would fall from time to time like flying sand and stones, causing the waves of the Sea of Bitterness to rush into the heavens. This kind of scene made people suspicious and horrified. These are all stars, but compared to the Sea of Bitterness, they're like dust. The Sea of Bitterness was boundless. It wouldn't be full even if the heavenly rivers were filled up. However, this was only the sea of reincarnation of a celestial being. It was like a legend, even more fantastical than the Arabian Nights. Yi Fan opened his heavenly gaze, but it was difficult for him to see through this life spring. There was a tremendous pressure, and even after countless years had passed, this place was still a mysterious, forbidden ground. The others were also exploring. Everyone's heavenly eyes were different. There were martial, Tao heavenly eyes, blood-will demonic eyes, supreme God heavenly eyes, and others, and the effects were also different. An hour later, Yi Fan was sweating profusely. He did his best to explore with all his might. Finally, he saw through some of the fog and saw the bottom of the sea. There were no weapons in the depths of the crystalline divine liquid, only chaotic mist and bolts of lightning. It was as if the world was being split apart. There's no celestial being, ancient soldier. Yi Fan said softly. This was very disappointing. Pang Bo said, we'd better be on our way. Although the immortal liquid is good, with the protection of the Azure Overlord body, we might die if we're not careful. Without a sovereign weapon, it's not worth the risk. Yi Fan's group was not the first to leave. The 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were very decisive. They had already gone ahead, and if they couldn't do it, then they wouldn't. Several ancient ships set out one after another. People thought that they would no longer have any contact with this life spring, but after traveling for hundreds of thousands of li, they were shocked. Smoke surged ahead, reaching the 9 heavens. That was an endless amount of essence energy gushing out, shaking down a few stars. This was unimaginable. Another life spring was like an enlarged version of the Baodu spring. It surged and surged with endless life force. It was extremely astonishing as it wreaked havoc on the heaven and earth. Something's wrong. Why did another spring appear? The people were puzzled. It was clear that a great battle had taken place here. There were remnants of the great sage's fluctuations, and it seemed like he had escaped. This kind of aura was extremely similar to the 2 Tao protectors of the human race. It can't be, right? Just how powerful of a character would it be to want to kill the 2 great sage? Pang Bo was horrified. In the depths of the bitter sea, a corpse floated horizontally. Its clothes were ancient, and its blood-colored hair covered its face. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was another ancient corpse. What was going on? Why were there always such powerful corpses in the bitter sea? Were they protecting this life spring? Whose orders were they under? The ancient corpse floated past. It seemed as if as long as the life spring was not touched, it would not cause trouble. That terrifying body and ancient clothing were extremely similar to the archaic demonic gods from millions of years ago. I have a bad premonition. Could this ancient celestial being still be alive? The life spring is still surging. This is a bit inconceivable. Are these ancient corpses protecting the celestial being? Impossible. The celestial being from the legendary era was too desolate. He had already died for countless years, so long that it was impossible to trace back. No one could live for that long. In the following days, Yi Fan and the others saw a total of 4 life springs. They all had flourishing essence energy, causing the nearby sea region to become divine and auspicious. All the great sage were thinking about it. To them, the life springs of the ancient emperors were definitely worth risking their lives for. This kind of divine liquid could be used to prolong one's life. Why is there more than one life spring? Could it be that a few celestial beings were buried together? Could it be a super ocean tomb? 9-tailed crocodile muttered. During the legendary era, there were 9 celestial beings and Tao venerables. All of them were extremely mysterious, and their final whereabouts were unknown. Yi Fan frowned and shook his head. This bitter sea is so vast and boundless. It is comparable to an ancient star field. Although the life springs are big, they are still too small. Yi Fan speculated that the truly boundless life springs were about to dry up. These life springs were only a few strands of immortal essence. If they were at their peak, they would be countless times more vast than this. Boom! 2 days later, Yi Fan and the others saw the seventh life spring. An intense battle was taking place here. Fourth Gentleman Golden Snake, Sangu, and the heaven-swallowing beast were secretly watching. It's the old chief of the demonic ox race. He's about to lose. The opponent was a powerful figure dressed in battle clothes. There were totems of deities engraved on them. His entire body was shining, and there was a supreme aura of supremacy about him. He was a corpse, but when he opened his eyes, the brilliance in his eyes caused others to tremble. He was suppressing the old chief of the demonic ox race with matchless divine might. Later on, his body kept on recovering. His bloodline was astonishing, and the sonorous voice of the great Tao was endless. His entire being was like a real ancient deity. Even his hair was glowing like a golden sun. God race. He was a real ancient corpse of the god race. Shenlong was excited and said with a trembling voice, "This is a real divine king." The endless bloodline of the god race can only give birth to one person after dozens of generations. Everyone was astonished. A divine king that could only appear after dozens of generations was no small matter. He was not the fake divine king of the other races. A real divine king could be said to be invincible under the heavens. The old chief of the demonic ox race was in existence at the peak of the great sage. He was currently the most powerful figure, yet he couldn't hold on and was beaten until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the diamond chakram in his hand was useless. In the end, he was defeated. His black mountain-like body smashed through the void, and an enormous horn was hacked off by the divine king's bare hands. With a large amount of blood blossoming, he fell into the bitter sea with a putong sound. Moo! The old bull released a loud roar that shattered heaven and earth. The diamond chakram in his hand opened up a black hole, and he jumped inside to escape without a trace. Even though the real divine king had turned into a corpse, he was still able to beat the demonic ox race's supreme great sage until he fled. One could see just how powerful he was when he was alive, and it left everyone speechless. The bloodline of deities was the most powerful race in the cosmos. This was a well-deserved reputation. Tyrannical ether blood, divine king. Which one of them wasn't a supreme bloodline? Yet his corpse became the protector of several life springs. This made people bewildered and horrified. What kind of cause and effect was there? A day later, someone discovered the eighth life spring. The divine liquid was brilliant, and immortal energy surged. It was full of powerful life force. The stone man fought a great battle here. With the heaven-measuring ruler in hand, the green and golden immortal tears flickered and divine splendor scattered across the bitter sea. However, the most powerful Holy Spirit was still defeated, and it almost died under the mysterious ancient corpse's hands. It wasn't that far from the realm of Quasi-Emperor, but half of its body was blasted apart by that person's bare hands. It was only fortunate enough to escape this disaster. Divine blood scattered out, and it fled into the void. This was undoubtedly a type of storm. The great sage who crossed the bitter sea had almost all been defeated. There was actually no one who could defeat those corpses. Could it be a corpse disaster? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. Why was every spring protected by ancient corpses, and they were all matchless ancient existences? Tyrannical ether blood, divine king, and others. Which one of them were ordinary? Even he was a bit doubtful. Could it be that the sea of reincarnation could recover its life force, and that the ancient celestial being could come back to life? Otherwise, why would there be these divine masters guarding it? In the end, the ninth life spring was discovered, and it was also the last life spring. It was located at the very center, and it was surrounded by the other 8 life springs. The area it covered was also the most vast and boundless. Divine light was resplendent, and even the sun and moon were eclipsed. The other 8 were springs, and this one could be called the Sea of Life. It was vast and resplendent, and strand after strand of immortal energy rose from it. Those who crossed the bitter sea and didn't fall all arrived here. It was because there was a great emperor weapon in the life sea of this supreme god. The great sage sensed it, and their minds were all shaken. They stopped here in an attempt to fish it out. Even the great demonic god, Dtion, and the earth corpse who hadn't been seen for many days came, appearing in this sea of bitterness. Yifan sat on the ancient ship, and he gazed at the bitter sea from far away. His forehead bones shone, and his entire body was dripping with sweat. The life springs of the great ancient emperors weren't something ordinary people could see through. Even though he was at the Saint King realm and had golden blood flowing through his body, Yifan still found it extremely strenuous. His eyes were in intense pain, and tears of blood flowed out. He circulated the swordsman formula to recover his injured body, or else even the heavenly I might collapse. The chaotic energy and lightning interweave together in his sea of life, creating an extremely terrifying scene. I saw 4 immortal swords. Their killing intent is exceptional, and I can't get close. That kind of peerless aura can destroy everything. Yifan's eyes were dripping with blood. Terrifying cracks appeared in his eyes, caused by the murderous intent at the bottom of the sea. His body trembled, and he quickly closed his eyes. He couldn't continue. It really is 4 killing swords. During these 2 days, 3 great sage have already fallen, and 5 others are seriously injured. All of them were caused by the killing swords. Pang Bo revealed a serious expression. Oh! Suddenly, the extreme divine might wreaked havoc, and the bitter sea surged. Even the stars in the sky were shaken, and the tremendous pressure made even the great sage feel like he was suffocating. A golden pot emitting a simple and unadorned aura was currently reviving. It swallowed the heaven and earth, and it wanted to collect the 4 killing swords below. The stars in the sky all fell down, and huge waves of hundreds of thousands of li were stirred up. Everyone felt their blood run cold, and they all quickly retreated. This was the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, God's smelting pot, and it belonged to the light race. At this time, even the great sage were trembling. The God smelting pot was reviving, and this type of pressure made everyone feel despair and terror. They couldn't resist it. Everyone was extremely unwilling. The ancient race wanted to take away the ancient celestial being's weapon and take everything here for themselves. Everyone could only watch helplessly, and they had no way to stop it. Chi! Suddenly, sword Chi pierced through the bitter sea and tore apart the cosmos. It directly hacked down many of the great stars in the sky. The 4 killing swords in the sea of life revived, and they slashed out sword radiance that made all living things feel fear. The endless killing intent shook the endless ages. Dang! The God smelting pot was hacked down, and it released a ringing sound. Its radiance immediately grew dim, and it directly flew outwards, tearing through the sky for hundreds of thousands of li. What? An ancient emperor weapon was hacked flying. Everyone was shocked. The 4 killing swords were all ancient emperor weapons. This was too shocking. There were 4 great emperor weapons here. 4 killing swords. Could it be that the heaven-reaching sect truly exists in this world? Pang Bo's hair and bones trembled as he muttered to himself. Chapter 14:15. Not only was Pang Bo frightened, even Yifan was startled. For immortal swords were suppressing the life spring of the ancient celestial being. This was truly strange and terrifying. Do the people from the investiture of the gods really exist in this world? Impossible. Pang Bo shook his head. The 4 killing swords' auras were horrifying. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. They rushed over like ferocious beasts from the desolate wastelands. Surging sword energy shot up, splitting the heavens and earth. Many great stars in the sky were hacked down. Black waves overflowed from the sea of bitterness. The waves reached hundreds of thousands of miles, and the stars fell like flying sand and stones. The scene was boundlessly terrifying. This kind of atmosphere, this kind of tyrannical, this kind of murderous aura could really shock 10,000 regions. It was rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, the great sage and the young supreme beings present had never seen it before. Was this the terrifying scene of a great emperor weapon truly coming back to life. It was too shocking. Even the great sage would be crushed by the sword energy like an ant if he went up. In another world, the smelting god pot was sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. Azure golden splendor scattered down, making it hazy. It was originally about to completely revive, but in the end, it was sent flying and its luster became much dimmer. In the sea, an old man appeared and chased after it. He was born with 4 faces and, at this moment, he was continuously coughing out blood. His body was originally full of light, but now it was trembling and the halo was receding. This was the light race's great sage Mijun. He had cultivated for 6,500 years, but now he was in such a sorry state, almost falling into the sea. After taking out the smelting god pot, he was far enough away to avoid this disaster. If he was near the smelting god pot, he would undoubtedly die and become ashes. How could this be? Mijun's hair was disheveled and blood-stained, and his face was full of disbelief. He was the grand great sage. He took out the smelting god pot, an ancient emperor weapon that had shaken the world, but it didn't have the desired effect. He was almost shaken to death. The 4 swords were all emperor weapons with peerless power. Even now, their murderous aura made him tremble. No one used the 4 swords. So how could they be more terrifying than the great sage's immortal sacrificial pot? Mijun stood next to the golden pot and silently adjusted his breathing. Sparkling radiance flickered, and the bloody wounds on his body disappeared. His body slowly recovered. Half an hour later, Mijun returned to this sea region. Now, everyone was extremely vigilant. He had an emperor weapon on him, so they all had to be on him. The black bitter ocean gradually calmed down, and no more stars fell. However, the murderous aura did not completely disappear. It was contained within the sparkling and brilliant life spring. Extreme emperor's might, this was an indisputable fact. Moreover, there were 4 emperor swords, leaving everyone shocked. There was a type of passion within their hearts, as well as a deep fear. Everyone has seen it. There's a great emperor weapon in the sea. It cannot be seized by a single person. Why don't we join forces? Mijun, the great sage of the light race, spoke to everyone. Everyone was startled. Many people's eyes shone with brilliance. Cooperating with someone who possessed an imperial armament was truly too dangerous. Mijun said, "Do not doubt me. I have no evil intentions. Everyone here is a genius. How could my light race dare to offend all of you?" He wanted to work together with the great sage to activate the smelting god pot and revive the 4 swords. As for how to distribute them, that would be discussed later. Some people were tempted. No matter how powerful the light race was, they wouldn't dare to make all the other races their enemy. Since there was an emperor weapon at the center of the spring, there might be ancient scriptures, other artifacts, and immortal medicines below. Anything nourished by the ancient celestial being's spring would definitely be heaven-defying. The great sage discussed. The young supreme beings hid as far away as they could. If some old man lost his mind and attacked them with an emperor weapon, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they had secret treasures. Even powerful and conceited characters like Golden Snake 4th Langjun, Heaven-Swallowing Beast, and Sangu kept a low profile. They stood in the distance and watched silently, waiting for the result. "Do you think Tom Tian really exists?" Pangbo asked. Investiture of the Gods was a demonic novel that couldn't be believed. There was no such person in the true Taoism and ancient China's myths. That was why Pangbo was conflicted. "No," Yifan shook his head and muttered. "There is." "What do you mean?" Pangbo was astonished. "Let's see how strong those 4 swords are first," Yifan said. He retreated again and again with Pangbo, Longma, and the others. They didn't want to get involved. "All right, Dao brothers, let's work together. At the very least, we can absorb a portion of the celestial liquid. If we can open this spring, the harvest will be incomparable," Mijun said. After their discussion, 4 great sages decided to work together with him. The others continued to observe and didn't want to declare their position immediately. It was because those 4 swords were too powerful. Just now, They revived on their own and sent the azure divine pot flying. This made them feel restraining fear, even a type of fear. There were a few great sage who suspected that there might be living creatures in their sea of life. They might be formidable existences that were controlled by humans. Otherwise, how could they do this? That was why they were extremely cautious. The smelting god pot revived. It was entirely azure gold in color and dazzling. Streak after streak of immortal feather-like ripples appeared, releasing extreme divine might. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all swaying. It was forged from feather azure gold. The deities inside awakened, and emperor energy swirled about. Its power shook the 9 heavens. The mouth of the pot took in and sent out radiance. Chaotic energy appeared, and streaks of stellar streams flowed about. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This was an emperor weapon that could swallow the cosmos and store stellar streams within. It could refine all things in the world. Just those fluctuations alone made the great sage want to kneel down. This time, the Light Clan's great sage Mi Jun didn't act arrogantly. He slowly pushed forward, allowing the smelting god pot to gradually revive to its peak and truly awaken the deities. Moreover, he didn't prepare to swallow all 4 killing swords into the pot at once. Instead, he separated them first and targeted one. However, things always exceeded one's expectations. Lightning suddenly rumbled and thunder rumbled. It was as if there were demonic gods howling. A loud honglong sounded. That sea of life was directly cut apart. The 4 immortal swords below were trembling. The murderous aura was extremely strong, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The surging sword energy was like smoke signals, as well as tens of thousands of silver streams that descended. They were boundless and wreaked havoc in all directions, taking the initiative to attack the smelting god pot. Everyone's scalps went numb. How were they supposed to defend against this type of power? It really was as if an ancient great emperor had revived. It couldn't be blasphemed against. This left everyone confused. There were no creatures in that life spring's eye. So how could the 4 swords revive and attack on their own? 3 of the 4 great sage that joined in immediately fled. They didn't resist and chose to give up. Only one person and Mi Jun were left. They operated the divine pot, but they were also flying backwards. This time, the smelting god pot was hacked by the sword energy. Its entire body erupted with radiance, blocking most of the pressure. However, it still flew backwards. This time Mi Jun wasn't that lucky. His entire body was covered in blood, flying out diagonally like a scarecrow. His primordial spirit was almost split in half, his entire body in tatters. The other great sage also coughed out blood. When he saw this situation, he didn't say a word, fleeing for his life, no longer willing to cooperate. It was a failure again. Mi Jun almost died, if not for his preparations being more ample this time, as well as the endless distance between them and the divine pot, controlling it from a distance. Not even bone dregs would have been left. How could it be like this? Mi Jun said to himself. With someone controlling the smelting god pot, could it not compare to the 4 ownerless killing swords? Pooh! Suddenly, the lower half of his body exploded. Then, the upper half also broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. This type of scene made one's blood run cold. All of the great sage were shocked. When the final light sound rang out, his frontal bone shattered. Immortal foundation disintegrated, primordial spirit extinguished, destroyed under a strand of terrifying murderous sword energy. This was overflowing from the smelting god pot. Just now, when the 4 swords hacked over, boundless sword energy poured into the pot. At this time, Mi Jun approached, so a disaster naturally occurred. These 4 swords are too terrifying. Even the great sage was horrified. Suddenly, the smelting god pot shone, its entire body resplendent. It flew back on its own, rushing towards the sea of life. Everyone was stupefied, and then they were overjoyed. It was clear that the deity within the divine pot had awakened and was furious. It took the initiative to attack. wanting to determine who was stronger and who was weaker against the 4 killing swords. This place immediately exploded. What sea of suffering, what life spring! None of them could withstand this extreme divine might. Primal chaos lightning danced about, terrifying to the extreme. With a honglong sound, under this strike, the 10,000 regions of the heavens trembled. Many stars above shattered, and some fell. The sea of suffering's waves rushed into the heavens, smashing into the depths of the cosmos. Chi, a resplendent streak of green-golden light, flickered, rushing out of the sea of suffering, tearing apart the void, entering the ancient star domain, disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. Everyone was shaken. No one knew what kind of great collision happened between the smelting god pot and the celestial being ancient weapon, but everyone saw it retreat in the end. The star domain collapsed. Many great stars were struck down, smashing into the Black Sea. The entire star domain was trembling. Hurry and look, there's an ancient diagram above the 4 killing swords. That is a formation diagram. So it was like this. The ancient great emperor's formation diagram merged with the 4 killing swords, naturally becoming unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. There is actually a great emperor's formation diagram left behind in this world. It is simply heaven-defying. Could it be that it was that person? I think I might know who it was. The great sage was shaken. The young supreme beings' hearts rose and fell, all of them horrified. There's no heavenly reason. It really is him. Pang Bo's eyes released a look of disbelief. There is no such person as heaven-reaching master, but it can also be said to be him. Yi Fan shook his head and revealed a strange expression. The original form of heaven-reaching master in the investiture of the gods was the spiritual treasure, celestial being of Taoism. Everything here should be related to him. Taoism had the spiritual treasure sect, and the spiritual treasure celestial being was one of the 3 pure ones. He was an ancient celestial being from the mythological era. There were many legends about him in ancient China, and they were deduced by later generations and written into books. It really is heaven-reaching master. Could it be the immortal execution diagram and the 4 swords? Pang Bo's eyes widened. After witnessing the matchless divine might of the 4 swords just now, his blood began to boil. Wrong. You should call him the spiritual treasure, celestial being. To be more precise, there is no such person as heaven-reaching master, said Yi Fan. In the distance, the great sage were also discussing. All of their expressions were stirred up, and they were all incomparably shaken. They didn't recognize the 4 swords, but according to the ancient records, they recognized the formation diagram. It's the spiritual treasure, celestial being. Who would have thought that this was his sea of suffering? There is a killing diagram in his life spring. According to the ancient records, the spiritual treasure celestial being was a heaven-warping talent with matchless divine might. He had once refined a divine diagram and used it to achieve the Tao. He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, becoming the sole ruler of the heavens and earth. It was rumored that he had also tried to refine weapons. He said that he wanted to forge a killing sword and combine it with the formation diagram. He could use this to become an immortal and fight his way into the immortal domain. During the latter half of his life, all of his energy was invested in this. Legend has it that as long as he forged an ancient celestial being weapon that was compatible with the formation diagram, he would achieve the Tao and become an immortal. Now that the 4 killing swords have appeared and are compatible with the diagram, could it be that he became an immortal? Everyone was shocked. When they thought of this result, their scalps went numb. Impossible! The spiritual treasure celestial being's sea of reincarnation is here, proving that he passed away in meditation. His vast and boundless body lies in the cosmos. How could he become an immortal? That might not be the case. Perhaps this is an emperor body shed after becoming an immortal. According to the ancient records, the spiritual treasure celestial being once said that as long as the formation diagram and the celestial being ancient weapon appear together, he could become an immortal. Not a single one of the great sage could remain calm. These four killing swords together with the formation diagram represented a terrifying extreme power. The ancient celestial being had placed his hopes on it becoming an immortal. We have to think of a way to seize the immortal punishing formation diagram and the four killing swords. Pangbo's eyes burned with passion as he rubbed his palms together. Chapter 14:16. Yifan shook his head. Don't randomly name it. There is no such person as heavenly connection. Calling it the formation diagram or the four murder sword is more appropriate. How about I change my name to heavenly connection? Pangbo's eyes shone brilliantly as his blood boiled. He had a desire for the four swords and the divine diagram. The formation diagram and killing sword were too powerful. If he obtained them, who would he be afraid of in the future? He and Yifan could move unhindered through the heavens and earth. If they encountered the great sage, they could cut them down with one slash. Yifan was startled and said, "It is best not to speak carelessly in the ancient celestial being's sea of reincarnation." Sword energies surged, rivers of stars fell, and the universe split apart. Great stars exploded and fell from time to time, smashing the black sea of bitterness into the depths of the star domain. Under this sword formation, nothing could stop it. It was as if a great hole had been torn open in hell. Murderous intent overflowed into the heavens, boundless and boundless. Primogenital Ling Bao is too terrifying. No one could take the imperial weapon and formation map that he left behind. Bull Demon King sighed. He had lost a horn during the battle with the ancient corpse of the Shun clan, but it was not a serious injury. Everyone finally understood why the four sword were left here and not taken away. It was clearly too difficult and no one could move them. The tsunami-like sword energies lost their target and finally retracted, stopping at the eye of the life spring. The formation diagram is an illusion and not the true body. Everyone was astonished. There was a great sage who saw the real scene. Yifan also opened his heavenly eye. Despite the damage to his eyes, bloody cracks appeared one after another. He shot out two brilliant beams of light that reached the center of the sea. The formation diagram was engraved with ancient and mysterious great Tao symbols. It was like the deep cosmos, but it also seemed to be formed by the great Tao itself. It contained the great killing tribulation of the world, making it seem boundlessly terrifying. At this time, the formation diagram became indistinct like an illusion. It imprinted itself in the eye of the life spring before disappearing. It's not real. Wrong. There really is a formation diagram, but it is not here. It only left behind an illusion that can display its divine might at the crucial moment and awaken the four swords. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, their minds became active again. Where was the array diagram? That was the most crucial point. If he obtained it, he might be able to inherit the orthodoxy of the numinous treasure, celestial being. At that time, the formation diagram, the four kill swords, and the ancient scriptures would become the strongest divine treasures. The formation diagram is the key. Only by obtaining it can one grasp everything. I wonder where it is buried. Everyone's eyes were burning hot, and they became excited again. The array diagram disappeared, and the four killing swords calmed down. The sea was calm, but if one were to carefully sense or get close, they would still feel the killing intent seeping into their bones. What do you think about changing my name to Tong Tian? Pangbo said. Yifan pondered and said, "This isn't too good. Without this person, don't create it." Why? Pangbo was puzzled. Yifan said, "The ancient celestial being and the great emperor were willing to do anything in order to pursue immortality. I'm afraid that something will go wrong in the end." Pangbo was stunned and said, "You think the true body of Tong Tian will appear?" "I didn't say that." Yifan shook his head, but he always felt that this kind of thing was a taboo, and it was better to stay away from it. In the following days, everyone worked hard and thought of all kinds of methods to obtain the four celestial swords, but they all failed. During this period, another great sage fell. He used a trick to create an incarnation, but it still brought about a fatal disaster. It caused his true body to fall as well. This was horrifying. The kind of sword chi was comparable to the attack of an ancient great emperor. In the era without emperors, who could face it head-on, the smelting god pot was sent flying, and no one dared to approach it again. Next, the human Tao protectors, the bull demon king, the ancient evil god, and the others all searched through ancient books and divine canons. They wanted to find some clues and flaws from the historical records. However, the era of legends was too desolate, not to mention finding a way to restrain it. Even the weapons of the ancient celestial being and their names were inauspicious in the books of later generations. They couldn't be listed all of them. It was said that the group secret of the 9 secrets was created by the numinous treasure celestial being. It involved divine patterns, Tao marks, talismans, and so on. It could be said that it was the ancestor of the formation, the most powerful killing formation since ancient times. And now, the great sage searched through ancient books and confirmed this, saying through all kinds of clues. This was even more of a headache. This meant that without the formation diagram, there was no solution. It was almost impossible to break this killing formation. Even if a great emperor came back to life, he would have a headache for a while. Even if there is no one controlling this killing formation, all the great sage in the universe will be killed. This was the conclusion people came to. They searched through the sea of misery and started from the other springs, but unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. There was no trace of the formation diagram. They were close to despair. The 4 killing swords have been here for countless years, and no one has ever taken them away. There's a reason for this. People could only sigh. The heroes stayed here for half a year, but they didn't make any breakthroughs. They could only sigh and choose to leave. Many people were already on their way. For example, Sangu, the golden snake, Dition, and the gold-eating beast. They were very decisive and knew that they couldn't do anything. They immediately killed their way into the depths of the sea of misery, wanting to be the first to reach the other shore. The result was beyond everyone's expectations, including the great sage. They set off from the springs and relied on ancient ships to cross through the void passage many times. The area they crossed was comparable to a huge star field. When they finally reached the other shore, it was a boundless starry sky. It wasn't the dwelling place of the gods at all. From start to finish, they added up to a year, but this was the result. It was hard to believe. Where was the so-called ancient land of life? Everyone was angry. Could this be a scam? Were the ancients playing tricks on the later generations? We can't use common sense to judge this. Since the sea of misery is a part of the ancient celestial being's body, could the dwelling place of the gods be the sea of misery, the springs of life, the divine bridge, and the other shore were the 4 small realms that corresponded to the secret realm of the sea of reincarnation? If one wanted to cross the sea, they would need to cross the divine bridge. It wasn't that no one thought of this. In reality, when the springs of life were discovered, there were already people who tried to find the divine bridge. Unfortunately, they all failed. In the end, they couldn't see the other shore. After crossing the Black Sea for a year in vain, they finally turned around and thought about it. The sea of misery is boundless. Turn back to the shore. Damn you. Pangbo cursed. Everyone turned around and returned. They couldn't help but sigh. The sea of misery really needed to be turned back and couldn't be crossed to the end. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Too many people died in the Black Sea. Dozens of races sent their experts in, but in the end, they only left behind blood and bones. Without an ancient ship, they couldn't stay for a long time. Regardless of whether it was the Black Sea or this void, they would both weaken one's cultivation and magical power. Only by standing on the ship could they be safe. During these 5 years, Yi Fan diligently cultivated and comprehended the Tao every day. His cultivation improved day by day. There were bloody battles before, and he was even chased by the great sage. However, he made it through those bloody battles. That damned gray flood dragon, that damned toad, and that dog. Wait until I become the great sage. I'll skin you all alive. Pangbo was furious. His entire body was covered in blood. During these few years, the gray flood dragon, golden toad, heavenly dog, and the other ancient beast deities had persevered in their pursuit. They had just escaped from a disaster. During this period of time, Yi Fan and the others had clashed with many young supreme beings and hundreds of races. Many bloody battles had occurred, and they had experienced the baptism of blood. Everyone deduced the trajectory of the divine bridge, but they couldn't make it manifest. They needed the gushing of the life spring to construct it and connect it to the other shore. This was the same as the secret realm of the human body. After such a long time, how could the life spring gush out? Now it was about to dry up. The sea of divine liquid they saw was, comparatively speaking, compared to the vast sea of bitterness, it was insignificant. I'll enter the life spring to take a look. Yi Fan frowned. In the end, he made a decision. He wanted to take the risk and enter the center of the life spring. All right, I'll go with you. We'll first obtain the Zhu Xian formation diagram, then cross the divine bridge to reach the other shore, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan firmly shook his head. No, it's too risky. Even though I have the man-faced ghost lantern and know the expiate people scripture to extinguish the murderous intent of the four swords, I've only tested it from the outside. I've never truly entered, so it's full of variables. There shouldn't be a problem. Since it's Tongtian sect leader's magical artifact and scripture, it should be able to sense the Zhu Xian four swords he left behind. It won't attack us, Pang Bo said. The only thing Yi Fan could rely on was the spiritual treasure, celestial being's sea of reincarnation. He had the ancient artifact and a magical scripture, so he felt that he had a certain chance of entering. Black mist rose in spirals above the bitter sea, containing murderous intent. Only at the center, dense mist rose and multicolored light rushed towards the heavens. There was a mortal energy rising, dazzling and resplendent. The life spring gurgled like an immortal spring. The sparkling and translucent liquid made people feel as though they were about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. All the pores and bones in their bodies were moistened. Their bodies became light and agile. Their spirits were full, and their immortal platforms emitted Tao sounds on their own. Yi Fan chanted the expiate people scripture. A bronze lamp hovered beside him. He got close to the life spring in the center and felt as though his bones were about to collapse and his body was about to be destroyed. The human body and ghost face lamp flickered, and a withered little old man appeared in the wick of the lamp. It was very strange. He sat cross-legged and chanted the expiate people scripture. The flames of the mythological era flourished. At this moment, the murderous intent receded and the feeling of his body about to explode disappeared. Yi Fan was enveloped by the hazy flames as he got closer to the life spring. Above his head was the myriad chi cauldron, and in his hand was the green copper piece. His body was draped with the immortal treasure map from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Only then did he enter the life spring accompanied by the ancient lamp. The moment he entered, his pores relaxed and divine energy surged from his body, becoming 10 times stronger. The divine liquid almost drowned out the lamp. It was as though he was about to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. In the distance, Pang Bo, Lama, and the rest had their hearts in their throats. Seeing that he entered safely and was not killed by the immortal execution four swords, they heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Fan also heaved a sigh of relief, indicating to them that there was no need to worry. This human body ghost face lamp had a heaven-defying effect. The murderous intent was still there, but it was not targeted at him. Yi Fan did not dare to drink the life spring of the ancient emperors. This was a good thing, but it might contain killing intent. The light emitted by the ghost face lamp blocked the sparkling and translucent liquid outside. The life spring was filled with dense, immortal energy, and the sparkling and translucent liquid emitted a sweet fragrance. Yi Fan held onto the ghost face lamp and dived down into the depths, wanting to see what was going on. He finally saw it vaguely. There were 4 dark red killing swords at the bottom. Although they were simple and unadorned, they were emitting an exceptional murderous intent. Could it be that I can really take away the 4 swords? Yifan's heart was beating rapidly. At this time, he was very far away. Although the murderous intent passed through the ghost-like curtain and entered, it did not harm him. This gave birth to a sliver of hope in his heart. Something's not right. There's a cave under the water. Yifan was startled. To be more precise, there was a stone mirror that was abnormally polished. Through it, he could see a cave suspended in the center of the life spring. It should be very far from where he was. This was the effect of the formation, or else he would not have been able to see it. It's not that far from the 4 killing swords. What's the connection? Yifan observed carefully through the stone mirror. The cave was grand and imposing, just like the ancient watchtower of the Celestial Court. It was majestic and intimidating, but it was completely silent. This kind of thing appearing in the life spring of the ancient emperors was very strange. Yifan's heart throbbed. What kind of person was this to actually live in this place? It's a monkey. His heart jumped. He changed his angle and saw a monkey through the stone mirror. Its entire body was covered in flickering golden fur, as if it was cast from gold. It was dazzling. Yifan was stunned. He almost did not dare to believe his own eyes. Wasn't that the sacred battle ape? It was too similar to the sacred prince and the victorious fighting Buddha. The only difference was that it had 6 ears. Could this be the legendary 6-ear macaque? Yifan was shocked. It actually lived in the life spring of the ancient emperors. Chapter 14:17. The divine ape's eyes were closed, and its golden fur was dazzling. It sat on a praying mat without moving an inch, as if it was made of gold. There really was a 6-eared macaque. This made Yifan dumbstruck. It was too similar to the sacred prince, and if it was not for the fact that he was born with 6 ears, he would have been mistaken. How strange. How'd he get in? Yifan's heart was in turmoil, and it was difficult for him to calm down. This was the life spring of the ancient celestial being, and yet this monkey was so heaven-defying that it could reside here. This was not something an ordinary deity could do, and it defied common sense. The formation of the spirit treasure and the 4 killing swords could not be broken. Even great emperor weapons could not break through it. Could it be that he was like me, and also obtained the ancient weapons and runes left behind by the ancient celestial being? Yifan muttered to himself. The stone mirror rotated, but it was not stationary. It was floating up and down in the life spring, simple and natural. It flashed past, and the figure of the monkey also disappeared. Yifan moved his body, but no matter how he adjusted the angle, he could not see clearly. A chaotic rune flickered, and it almost sealed the mirror. Is he alive, or has he passed away? Yifan could not be sure. The creature that looked like a wooden statue was like a stone statue, and it did not move at all. The distance was too far, and he could not make a judgment. The 6-eared macaque was a heaven-defying race that had disappeared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. To be able to see one today made Yifan feel that it was a little unimaginable. He had a bad premonition seeing such a creature in this place. This was an extremely powerful race that could pierce through the heavens. If it was still alive, it would definitely be a great calamity if it jumped out. Yifan observed carefully. Although the mirror was blurry, he could still see a bit of the grand atmosphere of the cave that it had formed. There was actually a bit of an immortal's aura, and strands of immortal energy seeped out. It did not seem like a structure that originally existed in the life spring, but was moved here by someone else. Only the 4 immortal swords had the qualifications to be nurtured here. Other treasures could not enter the life spring of the ancient celestial being. Yifan took a closer look and indeed found something unusual. The abode of immortals seemed to have been cut off from the celestial mountain and moved here. There were cracks on it. Incredible. It looks like the 6-eared macaque really did move his cave abode here and treat this place as a treasure place for immortals to cultivate. At this moment, the primal chaos rune dimmed, and the cave abode finally became a little clearer. Yifan hurriedly opened his source, opening heavenly eye to take a closer look. Tao, talismans, divine inscriptions, and scriptures. On the inner walls of the cave, there were some places that were densely packed with all kinds of ancient characters. They were mottled and full of the aura of time. Yi Fan's eyes froze. He saw some characters that belonged to the XB8 person scripture. It contained a strange magical power. At the same time, there were some other scriptures, but unfortunately, he could only see bits and pieces of them. This doesn't look like an outsider's residence. It looks like it belongs to the numinous treasure celestial being. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with a strange light. He pondered for a while and came to a rough conclusion. The six-eared macaque had a great fortune and obtained a cave abode of the numinous treasure celestial being. He cut off the whole thing and moved it here. Without a doubt, this Tao field was no small matter. Otherwise, how could it peacefully submerge in the life spring of the ancient celestial being and let the four killing swords sense a familiar chi? It should have passed away in meditation. Yi Fan came to this conclusion after observing. The bitter sea had not been peaceful for the past few years, and there was no sign of the six-eared macaque. He felt that it was most likely a corpse. He approached the stone mirror to confirm the cave abode. If he could enter, there might be a great fortune. However, as soon as he got close, he heard a slight trembling sound. The chaotic runes on the stone mirror flickered mysteriously, and the cave abode became even more blurry. Moreover, the four ancient swords below were filled with killing intent. Although there was no sound, it was still terrifying. It was obvious that there was a killing intent rushing over. If he did not have a human body and the ghost face lamp, he would most likely be torn to pieces. The killing swords were mysterious and terrifying. They could easily cause rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Even with the numinous treasure celestial being's bronze lamp, I can't get close. It seems that the cave abode is really extraordinary. It was recognized by the four swords and is even better than the ancient lamp. At this time, Yi Fan finally saw the four swords clearly. On the dark red sword body was the scene of the slaying immortals. A man looked down on the world and the gods. Could this be the numinous treasure celestial being? Yi Fan's mind was shaken. None of the four swords had the same pattern. There is the scene of the slaying immortals, the scene of a sea of blood destroying the universe, and the scene of tens of thousands of corpses. A bitter aura covered the heaven and earth. Every killing sword seemed to have devoured the blood of millions and millions of creatures. They were clearly motionless and sunk there, but there was a kind of heaven collapsing and earth splitting aura being emitted. It was as if the universe was going to collapse. The four swords represented destruction. Moreover, Yi Fan realized that they were one entity. There was only one deity born in the four sword bodies. Strictly speaking, this was only an emperor weapon. Only when they were united could they be unrivaled under the heavens. Once they were separated, their power would most likely decrease. However, there was no one in this world that could separate them. The appearance of the formation was comparable to the revival of an ancient emperor. He was personally leading the killing swords. With the four swords and the formation, I might really be unrivaled under the heavens, but it will be difficult to obtain. Yi Fan frowned. He chanted the XB8 person scripture and held the human body devil face lamp in his hand. He sat cross-legged within the life spring and emptied his mind. He tried to communicate with the four killing swords and obtain their approval. However, the four swords were like the ocean abyss, deep and unfathomable. The bloody scene of the slaying immortals seemed to have reappeared in reality. It turned into a wave of pressure that forced Yi Fan to retreat. This won't do. The killing intent of these four immortal swords is too strong. There is no one in this world that can control them. I need the formation diagram to take them away. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He didn't continue to take the risk. He avoided the four swords and dove downwards. At the bottom should be the ancient celestial being's life wheel. It was sparkling and shining, and its surface was covered densely with countless cracks. It couldn't be approached, and there was a great pressure coming from it. Yi Fan was truly shocked. Every year he lived, a crack would appear on the life wheel like the rings of a tree. After such a long period of time, why was it still shining and not collapsing? He had a horrified feeling. The numinous treasure celestial being left behind the XB8 person scripture because he foresaw something. He might be able to suppress the corpse calamity, so it was definitely an expert of this path. And now, his sea of reincarnation still hadn't completely collapsed. This made people feel that something was wrong. The greatest corpse calamity better not be him. Yifan's expression was uncertain. He flipped through the ancient texts. According to what the great sage said, once the numinous treasure celestial being forged an emperor weapon and the formation diagram harmonized, he would ascend to immortality. However, this wasn't the case. Yifan was sure that the numinous treasure celestial being definitely lived for more than one era. The traces on the wheel's sea far exceeded 10 to 20,000 years. It wasn't the short lifespan of the ancient celestial being. Since he couldn't get close, he could only retreat and search for the life springs, but he couldn't find anything else. The strangest thing was that the cave dwelling used to have a six-eared macaque. Now, he couldn't enter, which made him feel helpless. Yifan collected a cauldron of life, spring divine liquid, and rushed out of the water with a splash. He looked around and saw that no one was there. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another sea of bitterness. Where's Pangbo? Where did Longma and the others go? Yifan was puzzled. They hadn't been separated for long, but the group had disappeared. There were some fluctuations left behind here. He sensed them carefully and then opened his eyes in anger. Two beams of cold light shot out, and he said, "It's the golden toad, the gray flood dragon, and the heavenly hound again. They've gone too far." It had to be said that the three ancient beasts' spiritual senses were very sharp. They sensed that the group had secret treasures on them and stared at them like the golden snake fourth Lang Jun. Especially once, when Pang Bo was researching the demon emperor ruler, they sensed a wisp of chi activity and became suspicious. Since then, they chased after them, swearing to steal the treasure. The celestial ruler was broken into 5 pieces, and the deity inside was destroyed. All that was left was instinct. Although 2 pieces belonged to Pang Bo, he couldn't use them wantonly, or else he would hurt himself and others. An hour later, Yifan found them. Every one of them was covered in blood. Half of Pang Bo's body was exposed, and he almost died. The 9-tailed crocodile only had 2 tails left. Its body almost exploded, and blood was dripping everywhere. Longma, the golden lion, and the others weren't much better off. They were all heavily injured. After seeing the gray flood dragon and the golden toad, we immediately crossed the void. In the end, we were ambushed by the heaven-swallowing beast, the golden eater beast, and the golden snake race, Pangbo said. It was difficult for others to open the realm gate in the sea, but they weren't. This was because they had the Void Emperor's chessboard formation. Yifan studied it carefully. He had more or less comprehended it through the Black Emperor's notes and prepared many seats. Pangbo and the others had just entered when they were sabotaged by the heaven-swallowing beast and the others. The realm gate exploded, and they were almost lost in the dark void. The ancient ship was directly shattered. Our cultivation and magic power are declining. Without the ancient ship, we can't survive in the bitter sea. Longma revealed a worried expression. Boom! A vast fluctuation came. A 3-meter-long gray flood dragon and a mountain-sized golden toad appeared first and chased after them. Gray Loach Toad, just you wait. I'll stew you sooner or later. Longma said angrily. Yifan and the others stepped into the realm gate and disappeared from this place. The great sage's palm force slammed down and smashed through the void. In another sea, Yifan took out the cauldron. It was filled with a sparkling liquid. He looked at it carefully and frowned. Fortunately, I didn't drink it. There is killing intent inside. Fortunately, I can refine it out. Wisps of black mist floated up and let out clanging sounds. The life spring liquid was purified. Yifan passed it to Pangbo, Longma, and the others. The effects were immediate. It was truly a life and death situation. They didn't even need to adjust their breathing. The life spring of the ancient celestial being directly healed their injured bodies. It really is a great medicine. Its value is immeasurable. Pangbo and the 12 saints were all astonished. After drinking this sparkling liquid, their cultivation and magic power recovered. They were no longer suppressed by the bitter sea. Only the life spring of the ancient emperors could dissolve the evil Yin and great Tao suppression in the bitter sea. The group was naturally excited. They asked Yi Fan about the results of this trip. What, there's a six-eared macaque? The black bear saint was shocked. Tens of thousands of years ago, one of his ancestors encountered a six-eared macaque. As the great sage, he was slapped in a meat paste by that monkey. Its demonic might was overflowing. As Yi Fan listened to his detailed explanation, he was shocked to discover something. That six-eared macaque seemed to be moving. There was a small monkey on its shoulder. There was a mountain-like cave abode above its head. It was unknown where it was going. My ancestor only blocked its way in the starry sky. He was slapped in a meat paste by that peerless monkey. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression and described the cave abode. The black bear saint was extremely excited. He said angrily, "It is exactly the same as the cave abode described in the ancient books of my race." Everyone was stunned. What a coincidence! That peerless six-eared macaque actually moved to this place. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Even if he was an ancient emperor, he should have died by now. All of you, come with me. We will enter the life spring together. That is a good place for cultivation, Yi Fan said. He had the ghost lantern and the expiation scripture, which could protect everyone as they entered together. Cultivating in the life spring of Gu Tianzuan was almost the same as cultivating in the celestial realm. It was the Taoist land that all cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. They didn't need the ancient ship. They directly entered the life spring. The surroundings were filled with sparkling liquid. Immortal mist rose and divine light shone. Occasionally, the sonorous voice of the great Tao could be heard. They couldn't drink this divine liquid directly. However, they could slowly refine it and integrate it into their bodies. This place is indeed suitable for comprehending the Tao. I just don't know how long we can stay here. Pangbo was shocked. Here, his forehead bone shone, and the Azure Emperor ancient scripture circulated on its own. It was very special. The ghost lantern produced a screen of light, blocking the killing intent and protecting everyone. The expiation scripture rang out continuously. The four dark red killing swords below didn't move at all. What a good place. I didn't think I could actually refine divine liquid here. Lama was extremely moved. He wanted nothing more than to roar towards the heavens, because this was the life spring liquid left behind by ancient emperors. It was sparkling and resplendent. Every drop was a precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. It was unparalleled in this world. So much, it was simply unimaginable. The only troublesome thing was that the sword chi within the divine liquid was too terrifying. It needed to be refined 100 times over. Otherwise, there might be a fatal disaster. The divine bridge didn't appear, and there was no way to enter the other shore. Yi Fan planned to stay here for a long time. When he took out 2 items, the eyes of the 12 saints brightened. They revealed incomparably fiery gazes. These were 2 seeds. One of them was only the size of a walnut. Within the divine spring, there was a little violet qilin that was less than 2 inches long. It was vivid and lifelike and contained a powerful life force. It had life and was actually trembling. It wanted to break through the divine spring and rush out, even wanting to escape. This was naturally the seed of the qilin divine medicine. After so many years, Yi Fan never had the chance to plant it, because the conditions were too harsh. Meanwhile, the life spring of the present ancient celestial being was simply the best soil for its growth. Yi Fan laid down a formation. Otherwise, he really might have been scared of it escaping. Every single stalk of immortal medicine was unique in this world. They had a spirit and could connect to the heavens. They could fly on their own. The qilin seed that had slept for countless years truly revived here. Everyone could hear the sound of the divine spring cracking and shattering. Then, endless divine multicolored light flew over. It absorbed the essence of the sparkling divine liquid on its own, cutting off the killing intent and continuing its growth. In just half a month, the qilin seed was already the size of a fist. Its roots became thicker and longer, seizing even more life spring divine liquid. Its growth was quite good. Everyone's eyes became even more fiery. Meanwhile, at this time, the other seed in Yi Fan's hand also underwent a transformation. Ear-splitting Buddhist chants sounded, and a great thunderclap temple appeared behind Yi Fan. It was grand and tall, releasing divine splendor. Chapter 14:18. Ma, and I, Pad, The sudden Buddhist shout caused everyone's flesh and blood to tremble, their bones to ring, and their ears to ring. Their primordial spirits almost rushed out from their foreheads, and a grand Tao sound rang out from their immortal platforms. The four ancient words Great Thunderclap Temple were engraved on a bronze plaque, emitting a supreme divine might that couldn't be blasphemed. The bronze was mottled with rust, but couldn't hide the aura of great changes. There was an ancient scroll that was yellowed, carrying the will of endless sorrow and desolation. This was actually the Great Thunderclap Temple. It appeared because of the seed in Yi Fan's hand. Although it was just an illusory image, it was as heavy as the heavens, making people feel both respect and fear. The majestic ancient building stood under the setting sun, dyed in a layer of golden radiance, appearing divine and dignified amidst the mottled vicissitudes. It could be said that they were personally here. This didn't seem like an illusory image, but rather as if they had truly arrived at Mount Meru, standing in front of the ancient temple, watching the reincarnation of all living beings, watching Buddhas undergo nirvana. The Buddhist shout only rang out 6 times before falling silent, returning to tranquility. There was only a majestic aura, making people involuntarily pay homage to the ancient temple under the golden radiance of the setting sun. Strange, where did you get this seed from? It's related to the methods of those monks. The golden lion, heavenly scorpion, and the others were all anxious. On this ancient path, Amitabha's methods were still being passed down. Everyone respected them from afar, not wanting to have any karma with the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's the seed of another Buddha. Yi Fan said. This was the Bodhi seed he obtained in front of the Great Thunderclap Temple on ancient Mars star. It had accompanied him for many years and was greatly beneficial to comprehending the Tao. Now, there was actually a phenomenon here. Shakyamuni, Golden Cicada's master. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was because they had heard of that young holy monk's name in recent years. His magical force was heaven-reaching, traversing the ancient paths of various races, suppressing the crowd. Even now, he had never tasted defeat, unmatched under the heavens. When the Black Bear Saint and the others heard the process of Yi Fan obtaining the Bodhi seed, they were all stunned. An old tree turned into ashes, only producing a single fruit. This was clearly undergoing nirvana. This is a Buddhist, undying, immortal medicine, previously grasped by the Amitabha Buddha, previously planted on Mount Shumi, and then drifted to the other side's ancient star. One of the 12 saints said, he knew all of the undying divine medicines in this world, and with a single look at this seed, he knew that it was definitely formed from that ancient tree. There might be millions of Bodhi trees, but the true primogenitor tree, the undying immortal medicine, only existed in the Buddhist sect. Yi Fan pondered and said, there are too many strange things about it. This was the Amitabha Buddha's undying immortal medicine that appeared on ancient Mars. It had previously been grasped by the Shakyamuni Buddha. In the end, the entire ancient tree underwent rebirth, and the seed was taken away by him. This is a type of undying immortal medicine. There is no reason for Shakyamuni to abandon it. Yi Fan was confused, his mind full of questions. Could it be that Shakyamuni was really the devil's shell of Amitabha and was opposed to it? That was why he abandoned the ancient Bodhi tree and walked a different path from the Orthodox Buddhism? Or could it be that the ancient Bodhi tree underwent rebirth, temporarily unable to be brought away, needing to be left behind in ancient Mars star? Or could it be that Shakyamuni and the Amitabha Buddha great emperor stood against each other, allowing the entire ancient Bodhi tree to undergo rebirth, erasing all of its past to be reborn into a new immortal medicine? Yi Fan was greatly troubled, thinking of many things. The Buddhist sect pays the most attention to karma. Absolutely cannot provoke them. One of my ancestors was converted by the Buddhist sect. The Golden Lion said, "There was once an old lion whose achievements were unmatched, ranked in the quasi-emperor realm. It was only because he cultivated a type of Buddhist divine ability that he mysteriously converted to this sect. That was a supreme heavenly talent for my clan. Yet in the end, he still resolutely entered ancient Amitabha star domain, paying his respects to the Amitabha Buddha, great emperor." The two had never met before. The Golden Lion said, "Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The Buddhist sect's divine abilities were just too strange. Even a quasi-emperor was converted, becoming a famous supreme protector. Everyone knew that it was most likely the Amitabha Buddha great emperor's doing. Otherwise, there was no way that old Golden Lion would step into the other side, becoming respectful even though they had never met. The Buddhist sect has 9 great sect protecting magical imprints. Don't tell me that the fearless lion imprint was created by your ancestor?" Pangbo asked. "Precisely," the Golden Lion replied. When everyone heard this, they sucked in another breath of cold air. This really was terrifying. That old lion left behind a glorious page in the history of cultivation, yet was actually converted. "Easy, this thing is a bit strange. It seems like we cannot touch it." Pangbo revealed a serious expression. The Golden Lion and Black Bear Saint both agreed. The Buddhist sect's waters were too deep. They couldn't produce karma with them. Otherwise, they would definitely fall deeply into it in the future. Yifan said to himself, "So many years have passed. The Amitabha Buddha, great emperor, has long passed away in meditation. He shouldn't be living in this world. But don't forget that there is still the Shakyamuni Buddha. He is equally unfathomable. Don't be schemed against by him," Pangbo solemnly reminded. Yifan opened his palm, and the Bodhi seed appeared in the center of his palm. Its surface was densely covered with patterns, as if it was born naturally. There was a set of patterns on it, and it was Yifan himself. Back then, it was originally a statue of the Shakyamuni Buddha. In the end, it was refined by Yifan and nurtured with great care. In the end, it became him. Now, he clearly felt that something was wrong. What had changed was only the outer shell. The Bodhi seed still contained the Buddhist truth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a thunderous sound appearing now. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The great thunderclap temple gradually went into the distance, and a battle between divine dynasties appeared. It was like a battle between ancient deities. Yifan was shocked. This was the phantom he saw when he returned to ancient Mars. Mars had a CEI that had buried too many saints. The ancient crocodile suppressed by the Shakyamuni Buddha had wanted to go in and steal the immortal treasure. Not only did Yifan encounter the ancient crocodile there, but he also saw the CEI that swallowed up everything in the ancient planet. That was the remains of a battle between deities, and it was suspected that ancient saint emperors had participated in it. Oh, could it be that I'm overthinking things? The reason why the ancient Bodhi tree was left there was only to suppress the burial ground of ancient Mars? Yifan muttered to himself, "What Amitabha Buddha? What Shakyamuni Buddha? Can they bite me? Since I've obtained this immortal medicine seed, how can I return it? I'm taking it." Longma had a ruffian appearance. How could he spit out such a good thing after obtaining it? This was the principle he had learned from the Black Emperor. Kacha! Right at this time, the Bodhi seed cracked apart, producing a tender sprout. There was a type of supreme life essence that seeped out, making everyone feel as if they were about to ascend. Their bodies shone as well. The Bodhi seed has shattered, and the seed is about to sprout. Was this the undying divine medicine? It contained an undying aura. That type of life essence was too powerful, and it could definitely recreate life. No wonder the ancient great emperors could live a second life. Only at this moment did it reach perfection, successfully undergoing rebirth. Just like the Chilan divine medicine seed, it can grow again. Everyone sighed. This was a type of undying divine medicine, and now it had obtained new life, about to grow into a divine tree. The Qilin Divine Medicine and Bodhi Seed both underwent rebirth because of the mother stalk's calamity. Now, they both obtain new life. These are two stalks of divine medicine. What does this mean? Longma's saliva flowed down, almost forming a small river. Within the formation, the Qilin Divine Medicine had already produced roots and produced a pair of leaves. Its entire body was purple, flickering with multicolored light. It was sparkling and translucent, and it was the size of a palm. The Qilin appearance was currently transforming into a root. In the future, the fruit it produced would become a Qilin shape. In addition, the brilliant purple leaves also had Qilin patterns, mysterious and unfathomable. There is a type of will contained within. Pangbo stared at the Qilin ancient medicine. What archaic divine medicine? Strictly speaking, this type of immortal medicine already existed as early as the legendary era. Anyone in this world would die, and only the undying divine medicine could exist forever. During this period of time, only they could truly live forever. Every stalk of divine medicine has its own will, or else they wouldn't be able to fly into the sky and escape into the earth, choose the soil to live in, and even more so not undergo rebirth. Yifan said, seriously speaking, the undying divine medicine was a living piece of ancient history. Who could have lived longer than them? Moreover, because they had followed ancient great emperors, they definitely grasped heaven's shocking secrets. Everyone here was naturally moved. Since it revived and was no longer lifeless, they could now explore it. However, when Yifan's divine sense entered the Qilin divine medicine, it only trembled timidly at a loss. It didn't have any memories of the archaic era at all. Right, it underwent rebirth, severing its connection with the past. This is its other life, so it naturally wouldn't remember the past. Yifan sighed softly, full of regret. Otherwise, they might be able to pry into the secrets of ancient great emperors, archaic emperors, and even the legendary era. Ancient medicines have lived since the legendary era, truly living for a long time in this world. The ancient great emperors all had a type of immortal medicine that accompanied them. Could it be that they saw the greatest opportunity to become an immortal? Since the ancient times, almost every great emperor had an undying medicine. This was enough to prove one thing, and that was that they were too important. They contained the secrets of long life. There are rumors in this world that undying medicines are related to immortals. If one can pry into them, they might be able to enter the immortal domain. The origins of the 12 saints weren't small. Their ancestors were all archaic species, so they knew many things. Something's not right. This Bodhi tree has another type of indistinct will. Yifan's expression changed. He finished exploring the Qilin ancient medicine, and then he went to explore the seed that had just sprouted. It was just a strand, extremely indistinct, but it couldn't be erased. It was about to become one with the Bodhi seed. Yifan thought to himself, no wonder the great Thunderclap Temple and others would appear. It was definitely this weak strand of will that was stirring up mischief. Pangbo, Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others also explored it. Their expressions all changed. Was this the Shakyamuni Buddha, or was it the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor? It made one shiver with fear. This Bodhi seed wasn't simple. It still belonged to the Buddhist sect, containing their will. This is troublesome. What do we do? Even this greedy fella, Longma, felt a headache. What else can we do? Since it's already like this, then let's completely obtain it and erase that strand of will. Yifan said. He sat there cross-legged and used his full strength. However, no matter how many divine abilities he used, he couldn't erase that seemingly weak and indistinct will no matter how hard he tried. This won't do. I can't erase it. I can't erase this strand of will. Pangbo's forehead was drenched in sweat. He couldn't cut it down even with the Demon Emperor's 9 slashes. As expected, we can't be tainted by the Buddhist sect's things. This might be a huge problem that will provoke great karma in the future, the Golden Lion said. He thought of his own ancestor. Regardless of whether it's the Shakyamuni Buddha or the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor, we can't let it attach itself to it. Yifan was also worried that there would be problems in the future. His eyes were cold as he gazed at the four dark red killing swords in the depths of the life spring. "You're going to—" The others were all astonished. "Draw these four killing swords to erase this strand of will," Yi Fan replied. "Using the immortal execution four swords to deal with the Buddhist great emperor, this is a good idea. However, don't cut us down as well." Pang Bo grinned. Yi Fan resolutely replied, "I want to comprehend the Tao under the Bodhi tree and create my own ancient scriptures. I don't wish for an indescribable will to appear and pay attention to everything I do. It must be erased, or else everything I did in the past will be seen through by it. It will become a great disaster sooner or later." Chapter 1419. The life spring gurgled, and the liquid was sparkling and translucent. Dense mist rose, and immortal clouds overflowed. This was a place connected to the Tao and could allow people to comprehend the Tao. The surface of the sea was calm and peaceful, but the undercurrent was surging below. Yi Fan was drawing on the strands of murderous intent in the life spring in an attempt to refine the Bodhi seed. The seed had already sprouted and was about 1 inch tall. It was bright green and fresh like the clouds, but it was overflowing with an ocean-like life essence. It was obviously only 1 inch tall, but it was so vast and profound that it made people gasp in admiration. The immortal medicine could not be measured with common sense. "This won't do. I have to hurry." Yi Fan's expression changed. He discovered a terrifying fact. The extremely weak and indistinct will in the Bodhi seed was actually growing stronger as the seed sprouted. This was a terrifying sign. If the seed turned into a real Bodhi tree, wouldn't that mean that the will inside would truly grow stronger? It was suspected to be the will of Shakyamuni or Amitabha. If it really grew stronger, it would be a disaster for Yi Fan. This was a will of nirvana. First, Yi Fan isolated himself from the surroundings to prevent the essence from being absorbed by the seed, to prevent it from quickly growing stronger. He then quickly refined the life spring, but he did not absorb the essence within. Instead, he extracted strands of black mist, which was the aura of the four killing swords. The black mist contained a peerless, murderous intent. Even though it was only the weakest strands, it was still very terrifying. Yi Fan circulated the army formula and used the Bodhi seed as a piece of divine metal to forge and smelt. He used the murderous intent of the four swords as the fire to temper and sharpen it. This was very effective. The will inside the seed seemed to have sensed danger and immediately became more clear-headed. It actually emitted the aura of the great Tao, causing people to shiver in fear. "This is too heaven-defying." Longma and the others were shocked. This will was almost indescribably weak, but it was actually able to emit such terrifying Tao marks. If the master's true body descended, who in this world could stop him? "Come and help me." Yi Fan spoke. Without him saying anything, Pang Bo and the 12 saints had already sat down cross-legged to refine the crystal-like life spring. They extracted strands of black mist that were filled with bone-piercing, killing intent. Yi Fan carefully guided it. Even the weakest sword chi could not be underestimated, or else it might cause a great disaster, because it was emitted by an emperor weapon. The four immortal vanquishing swords are too strong. The killing intent they emit is just right to obliterate this vague will of unknown origin. Pang Bo could not forget the four swords, but he did not dare to remove them. He had already recognized the reality. In this world, there was really no one who could shake the four killing swords. If he went up, he would die without a doubt. Only by obtaining the diagram could he gain the approval of the four swords. This continued for half a month. Although some of the vague will had been worn away, it was still there. In fact, it was even being nourished by the Bodhi and was recovering. Everyone felt as if their heads were about to explode. It was clearly extremely weak, not even as strong as an ant's willpower, yet they just couldn't get rid of it. This left everyone deeply horrified. More than once, they wondered how powerful the owner of this will would be if he appeared in person. Could he really be a great emperor? "This won't do. We have to use the four killing swords," said Yi Fan. Of course, he wasn't rashly provoking the immortal swords. After all, Those were terrifying killing weapons that could hack the smelting god pot into the depths of the cosmos. They could easily hack down the sun, moon, and stars. It was too dangerous. Yifan held the ghost lantern in his hand and slowly approached the killing swords. He could clearly see the scene of slaughtering immortals on the dark red swords. There was also the diagram of 10,000 corpses crouching on the back of the swords. It made people feel a chill down to their bones. The further they went, the stronger the killing intent became. The black mist they extracted gradually became stronger to obliterate the vague will. In the end, they were completely horrified because the 4 killing swords released a strand of weak sword chi that reached the Bodhi seed. There was a kind of heaven and earth collapsing and an aura of the universe about to be destroyed rushing over. However, such a terrifying killing intent was actually absorbed by the Bodhi seed. To be more precise, it was resisted by that weak will. This didn't make sense at all. There is definitely something wrong with this seed, and it is a huge problem. Pang Bo felt a chill run down his back. The 4 swords were filled with killing intent. Although it was only a weak strand that flowed over, it didn't immediately destroy the will. This already explained the problem. This kind of will accompany them all year round, and it was definitely a great threat. It was impossible to get rid of it with the power of Saint King. This was even more serious than they had imagined. Again, Yifan moved forward and guided the sword chi over. The 4 dark red killing swords seemed to be coming back to life. He could hear the cries of all living beings and the howls of gods and devils. The bloody scene of slaughtering immortals seemed to have reappeared. The 4 immortal-slaying swords are too terrifying. They haven't come back to life and are just sinking there. Yet there is such a terrifying scene. Pang Bo sighed and wanted nothing more than to take them into his hands. Wong. A sound came from within the Bodhi seed. Then Buddhist chants shook the air as if there was a dignified ancient Buddha chanting sutras. Boundless Tao waves spread out. It was clear that this stimulated a strand of killing intent from the 4 swords. The black sword chi that rushed over became a bit thicker, making Longma and the others tremble with fear. A single mishap and their bodies would most likely be wiped out. Yifan produced the damaged green cauldron and had everyone hide inside, including himself. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. A grand and imposing ancient building appeared. The great Thunderclap Temple was so real, and an ancient Shumi mountain appeared, suppressing the endless blue skies. Buddhist chants shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is clearly the weakest strand of indistinct will. How can it be so powerful? The Golden Lion thought of his ancestors' past and felt uneasy. Chong, one of the killing swords, released a light cry. A strand of weak multicolored light flew out. That was an unmatched killing force that could cut down the geniuses of the past. This vibrating sound resounded through the heavens, making the great universe seem to tremble. It entered the seed and collided with that indistinct will. A light sound rang through the air. A strand of multicolored mist was destroyed, and the indistinct will vanished like smoke in thin air. It was cut down by a dark red killing sword, becoming a thing of the past. Yifan released a breath of relief. He quickly retreated with the ghost lantern in hand. This type of killing intent was too terrifying. Even though he was hiding in the green cauldron, he still felt as if his bones were splitting apart. Even his primordial spirit was about to be killed. One has to understand that the 4 killing swords weren't targeting them, but this type of aura was unbearable. Pang Bo sighed and said, "The immortal execution 4 swords are most likely the most powerful killing weapons since ancient times. The bloody immortal execution diagram on the swords shouldn't be real, right?" The moment the strand of will in the Bodhi seed was erased, in a great wasteland in Amitabha Star Domain, within an ancient temple submerged in weeds, a stone statue's forehead cracked open with a kacha sound. Meanwhile, on the stone statue's shoulder was a golden vicious bird. It suddenly opened its eyes, the golden pupils even more resplendent than lightning. It actually directly tore apart tens of thousands of li of mountains and rivers. Upon closer inspection, this was a golden-winged ancient skypung, but it was only a foot long. It stood on the stone statue's shoulder, glistening and dazzling. It possessed a great aura that could pounce on the sun and moon. Time slipped by, and 3 years passed in a hurry. During this period of time, the sea of bitterness became more and more terrifying, drawing over countless experts. There were several hundred races and several tens of thousands of cultivators. Of course, this was only those who had the qualifications to enter the sea. As for the Black Shore, there were even more. Among them, there were more great sage and young supreme beings than before. This was because people from a vaster star domain had arrived to seize the ancient tree of life and seize the Emperor weapon. Experts entered the ancient region of legends in batches. Bloodshed was unavoidable, and it was many times more miserable than before. Fighting over the ancient ship and plundering the secret treasures of various races happened every day. Dark and tragic things played out from time to time. During this period of time, the Gray Flood Dragon Great Sage, Golden Toad, Heavenly Dog, and the others all had their eyes gouged out. When they were dealing with a younger generation member, they encountered several great sages from that ancient region and were chased down viciously. They were chased down continuously for 3 years, and blood flowed along the way. During these 3 years, the ancient celestial being's life spring was extremely peaceful. Spiritual essence whirlpools continuously appeared. Those were 2 stalks of divine medicine growing. The Chilan divine medicine surged with purple energy. Its roots were powerful, stabbing into the void and absorbing the essence of the life spring. It produced 9 leaves, and every single one of them was sparkling and translucent like a purple Chilan. It grew to a foot tall in 2 years, and after that, its height never changed again. Only, the spiritual essence it possessed became more and more exuberant, as if a purple divine sea was rising and falling. For an undying medicine to mature, it needed at least several thousand years of time. After the Chilan medicine sprouted out its leaves and branches, it developed an embryonic form, no longer growing crazily. Even if this place was the life spring of the ancient celestial being, it still wouldn't do. It provided the most important growth conditions for the divine medicine, but it still couldn't mature in just a few years. Even if it could be shortened by a bit, it couldn't be too exaggerated. According to their speculations, the most conservative estimate was still several hundred years, and the premise was that these conditions didn't change. The green leaves swayed and rustled. Green light flickered, and strands of great Tao energy descended. The Bodhi tree looked like it was carved out of a piece of jade. Its entire body was green and brilliant. It was a tree that was rumored to reach into the clouds. Right now, it was only in its infancy, and its height was exactly 6 zhang. This was a subtle number. Yifan sat under the tree without moving for 3 whole years. He was comprehending the Tao and creating his own method. He wanted to walk a different path. Under the Bodhi tree, a male had his eyes closed. He was as still as a boulder, and there was a special aura around him. Strands of great Tao opportunities seeped out from his body and spread into the distance. The 12 saints were also cultivating under the Bodhi tree, but they didn't stay motionless for 3 years like him. Everyone had great gains, and this was a pure land for comprehending the Tao. Finally, Yifan moved, and the sonorous voice of the great Tao rang out from his body. The scriptures rang out on their own, ringing under the Bodhi tree. There was a kind of auspicious scene of attaining the Tao, and all kinds of Tao light danced about. Yifan's Luan Sea was emitting immortal splendor, and it extended outwards like a great bell ringing. This was him expanding the Tao, and he was stepping on his own path. Pangbo, Longma, Scorpio, and the others were shocked. The immortal splendor rose and spread outwards, but didn't trigger the secret realm of the Tao Palace, and instead extended towards his limbs. The moment Yifan opened his eyes, 2 golden bolts of lightning tore through the void. His secret realm of the sea of reincarnation turned into a Taiji immortal diagram, and it shone brilliantly like a sun. This was the beginning of all things in the human body, and now, streaks of radiance extended towards his limbs. This place was the source of divine force. Ancient characters appeared one after another on Yi Fan's limbs, and every single one of them seemed to have come from ancient time and space, engraving themselves on the four extremities of the human body. The sound of scriptures rang out incessantly. At first, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise appeared, corresponding to the four extremities of the human body. They were refined together, and there was a world-shaking destructive power that was boundlessly terrifying. All types of primal chaos lightning danced about, turning into ancient symbols and engraving themselves on his limbs. His entire being was like a demonic god, his body sparkling and shining, and his thick black hair fluttered about crazily. Then everything became still. The wildness disappeared, and the sharp divine radiance in his eyes was restrained. Great Tao scriptures appeared, engraving themselves on the four extremities of his body. They were densely packed, and then they became one. There was an aura of the greatest simplicity of the great Tao pervading the air. In the next moment, another change took place. Earth, fire, wind, and water corresponded to the four extremities of the human body. Thunder shook the world, and endless primal chaos appeared. This place was like a primitive ancient world. Yi Fan's limbs shook, and wind and thunder stirred about. Scriptures rang out, and the divine sound of the great Tao rang out incessantly. His four limbs moved at the same time, as if he was splitting the heavens and earth apart, about to support this ancient world. Earth, fire, wind, and water swirled about, overlapping with the four extremities of the human body. Primal chaos, mist became hazy. He supported this world, and it was as if he was opening up a new world. This is his scripture. He didn't enter the Tao palace, but cultivated the four extremities first. He hasn't even reached perfection, yet he has already developed this type of profound meaning. Formidable. The 12 saints all sighed in shock. Chapter 14:20. Under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree, earth, fire, wind, and water swirled, merging with the four extremes of Yi Fan's body. Chaotic mist pervaded the air, splitting heaven and earth apart. He supported the ancient realm. This was a terrifying process. This type of supreme scene of the Tao made one feel reverence. One could vaguely hear the sounds of sacrifice and worship, as well as the weeping of deities. Tao ripples shook the world, surging like a vast sea, spreading in all directions. With a single glance, the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared before one's eyes. In the heavens above and earth below, only a single person reigned supreme. Under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree, a golden body took form again, releasing undying radiance. All types of irregular scenes appeared behind him. Ancient scriptures chanted from within his body, supreme, sacred, and divine. Yi Fan was deriving his own Tao, possessing a type of majestic aura that could devour mountains and rivers, overlooking the boundless cosmos. One couldn't help but want to kowtow and kneel down. Tai Chi, before the heaven and earth split apart, the vital energies became one, the absolute beginning, the absolute one. The scriptures were vast, like a silver waterfall from the 9 heavens. Ancient characters erupted with divine radiance from within Yi Fan's body, engraving themselves. His sea of reincarnation scripture reached perfection, transcending. Tai Chi was the source, expanding towards the 4 limbs of the human body, transforming into the 4 extremes. As such, the Tai Chi produced yin and yang. Yin and yang produced the 4 images, seizing the natural luck of the heavens. The Tao exists for eternity, endless years, the universe from the infinite to the Tai Chi, all things transforming. Yi Fan's precious appearance was dignified, like a god or devil standing alone, his golden body imperishable. He comprehended the Tao and method under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree. His black hair thick, eyes like lightning, expanding his body's Tao. Golden symbols flickered on the surface of his body, ancient symbols pulsing one after another, appearing, expanding from the sea of reincarnation to the 4 extremes. This was the process of the creation of all things. The Tao of heaven and earth, using yin and yang to create all things. Before the heaven and earth split apart, the vital energies became one, the absolute beginning, a type of primal chaos state. Yi Fan was transforming, the imperishable golden body resplendent, golden blood energy splitting heaven and earth, the surrounding primal chaos surging. He used his arms and legs to support a world. This was in accordance with the Tao and reasoning. Golden symbols appeared one after another, engraved on the surface of his body. They shone brilliantly, releasing undying immortal radiance. It was as if a heavenly deity had descended, requiring all life to bow down and worship. During this entire process, wind and thunder raged, while lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and it tore apart the sky. Every single bolt of lightning was like a silver river, and it was terrifying to the extreme. This caused the 12 saints to suck in a breath of cold air. Yi Fan was expounding the Tao, and this kind of scene was horrifying. It didn't seem like a saint king at all, but more like an ancient supreme being expounding the scriptures. It was because all types of scriptures appeared within his body, sounding continuously. Heaven and earth were resonating with them, trembling together. The furnace nourished the 100 scriptures, nurturing the Tao and giving birth to meaning. All types of scripture symbols rang out at the same time, tempering one's body. The scene was astonishing. Yi Fan directly charged at the 4 extremities from the sea of reincarnation. He did not walk through the Tao palaces and did not go against his own Tao. This was an extremely natural process. The ancient sages could become the great sage by focusing on one mystic realm. Their first choice of mystic realm was not necessarily the sea of reincarnation. Some people recited the Taoist palace scriptures, some sat cross-legged on the immortal platform, and some practiced asceticism, evolving the 4 extremities of the human body. Everyone's Tao was different, hence, their choices were different as well. Only until the later generations did the sea of reincarnation enter the Taoist palace, then the 4 extremities, and finally the human body great dragon, transforming into the 9 transformations of the dragon and ascending to the immortal platform. The ancient art and the present life, Tao couldn't be said which was stronger or weaker. The only difference was the choice. What was stronger was one's heart and self. Yi Fan's entire body shone with light. Using the sea of reincarnation as the source, he transformed the 4 extremities of good fortune, deriving an invincible Tao. Below the Bodhi tree, 3,000 figures appeared in front of and behind Yi Fan. All of them were him. They were like deities from the 9 heavens, devil sovereigns from the supreme ancient immortal realms, or exiled immortals. The chanting was incomparably grand. The 3,000 figures were either sitting cross-legged or standing in the 9 heavens. All of them were chanting scriptures, resembling the rulers of heaven and earth, as well as ancient supreme beings who split the heavens and earth apart. Such a scene caused one to tremble. The 3,000 of them all had different Dharma images, their might suppressing the 9 heavens and intimidating the 10 earths. The myriad of heavens and realms all felt great fear because of them. Dang, below the 6 Zhang Bodhi tree, the 3,000 gods and devils were chanting scriptures. Their voices surpassed everything, ultimately converging into a great Tao flood that engulfed the past and present. It was an extremely rare sight. What great bell sounds, what Buddhist chanting, what ancient deities chanting, what exiled immortals praying, what living beings offering sacrifices. All of it was suppressed. The light in Yi Fan's eyes was deep like the abyss and the sea. The Tao exists forever. Endless years have passed. The universe has gone from the limitless to the ultimate, to the transformation of all living things. The ultimate gave birth to the 2 poles, and the 2 poles gave birth to the 4 divisions. Yin and Yang, 2 energies nourished the 4 extremes, rotating into golden ancient symbols one after another. They were carved into Yi Fan's bones and golden flesh, mysterious and unfathomable. The 4 divisions grew, supporting the heavens and splitting the earth. The four extremities of the human body were like four pillars that supported the heavens, separating heaven and earth, giving birth to 10,000 spirits, creating all living things. At this moment, forget about the inside of the life spring, even the vast black sea of bitterness outside. Many cultivators could hear the grand chanting. However, they could only hear a very mysterious Tao sound, and it was difficult to understand the meaning of the scripture. In a trance, everyone was dumbfounded. The heaven and earth seemed to be trembling in sync with the pulse of the scripture. This someone is comprehending the Tao, creating a new scripture comparable to an ancient sage. Who is this person? No, the scripture comes from the life spring of the numinous treasure, celestial being. With the four killing swords protecting it, no one can enter. Could it be that the numinous treasure, celestial being, is preaching the scripture and passing down the laws to the later generations? Many people were bewildered and listened attentively. Within the life spring, the four dark red killing swords were very calm. Because of the scripture, they became much calmer. The killing intent was restrained, making this place even more sacred. The so-called yin and yang had many ways of explaining it. The heaven and earth, the sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, the four seasons, morning and afternoon, as well as masculinity and femininity, rigidity and gentleness, movement and restraint, everything was divided into yin and yang. During this process, all types of irregular scenes appeared within the sea of reincarnation. The different yin and yang expanded towards the four extremes, and as a result, many for symbols were created. This was a type of Tao transformation, a type of sublimation, self-refinement, and perfection. It allowed the four extremes of the human body to become the most powerful. Great Yang, Great Yin, Lesser Yin, and Lesser Yang. These four symbols rotated. Yi Fan's palms touched the blue sky. His feet stepped on the underworld earth, as if he was an ancient deity that created the heavens. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter alternated. The power of spring nourished everything silently. The power of summer blazed like flames. The power of autumn was full of killing intent, and the power of winter destroyed all things. When the azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, and vermilion bird, the four great immortal spirits appeared, it was another type of four symbols. Yi Fan's hands formed imprints. The dragon and tiger contended for hegemony. The black tortoise expanded the seas, and the vermilion bird crossed 3,000 worlds. This was a type of exceptional offensive power. There were even the four symbols of earth, fire, wind, and water. Those were the creation of heaven and earth. All types of terrifying scenes were difficult to describe with words. At the final moment, everything flowed through his limbs. Yi Fan's golden meridians, bones, flesh, abdomen, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even the 7 injuries and 8 benefits. Everything within his body was shining. The four extremes gradually formed, describing all phenomena. The great Tao rumbled. His bones, meridians, and blood transformed and sublimated. In the end, it was as if he was breaking apart. A drop of blood was a great star, a piece of bone was a stellar domain, and his meridians were stellar rivers. He used the four extremes of the human body to create heaven and earth. The outside world surged with primal chaos, while the inside of his body was like a universe. There were stars in the heavens and all things in the 10,000 worlds. The scene was world-shocking. Man and heaven and earth resonated, corresponding with the sun and moon. The information of one body was connected to heaven and earth, corresponding to all things. Yi Fan opened the four extreme secret realms, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. He opened an ancient realm, as if he was going to produce another universe that corresponded to the great heaven and earth. He was wrapped in primal chaos, his entire body shining. A cauldron floated up and down in the primal chaos, sensing his Tao. That was the energy of all things cauldron, advancing together with him, carrying out refinement and transformation. In the distance, the 12 saints were all shaken. Yifan's scriptures were too terrifying. This really was a tyrannical and unrivaled Tao. Was a universe evolving and being born? The four extremes supported heaven and earth, possessing the power to split open the heavens. Is this his Tao? It really is too powerful. Pangbo muttered to himself. Under the Bodhi tree, a golden body shone resplendently. Yifan was neither happy nor worried as he established his own Tao. His sparkling bones and golden flesh were evolving the stars in the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. He vaguely heard the roars of gods and demons, the worship of all life in the 9 heavens, 10 earths. However, right at this moment, an astonishing change happened. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shone brilliantly, tearing apart the universe and heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. He stretched out his 4 limbs, shattering the stars in the heavens and smashing apart great stars one after another. The 10,000 domains all collapsed, and the entire human body universe collapsed. This was a terrifying disaster, a true calamity for the human body universe. It was the end of the world. The resplendent stars exploded one after another. The brilliant silver river was annihilated, and the great universe was shattered. Meanwhile, Yifan's bones, blood, meridians, and others were all shattered. Every drop of blood penetrated the void and split apart the universe, as if the Lord of all things was walking towards self-destruction. "Easy, what are you doing?" Pangbo shouted. The 12 saints broke out into a cold shiver, and their expressions all changed. They released shouts, wanting to shake Yifan's primordial spirit awake. Doing this was self-destruction, and they felt that he had gone mad. Yifan ignored them and continued to shake the 4 extremes. He was breaking apart inch by inch, which also meant that the human body universe had completely collapsed and the 10,000 domains no longer existed. "Wake up!" Pangbo, Longma, and the other 12 saints shouted together, wanting to wake him up. "I'm fine." Yifan only spoke these 3 words. His sparkling white bones, golden flesh, and other parts moved rhythmically, releasing rumbling sounds. He began to reform, becoming even more powerful. What is going on? They didn't understand, all of them extremely worried. There were many paths in the world, and everyone's path was different. This was Yifan's choice. The universe was always there, and he did not want to be the same. There were tens of thousands of creatures in the world, and when they reached the extreme, most of them would choose to take human form. This in itself illustrated a type of problem. This world didn't know the past, didn't know the future. Who could say that it would always exist? If this world came to an end and changed to another great cosmos, would this order still be applicable? In this world, Yifan did not believe in an afterlife. He did not care about the past. He only respected himself in this life. He was invincible. That was why he did not imitate the universe. He only refined himself into one body. That was who he was. That was why he shattered the great stars, broke apart the human body universe, allowing his bones, meridians, and blood to regenerate, only forming a single self. He shed away the splendor and returned to his true self, becoming one person, one body, and that was enough. All of the star fragments, orderly, immortal, multicolored light, and divine chains of natural laws were all integrated into his one body. They were smelted into a furnace, turning into the most powerful of himself. This was his 4 extreme scripture. From the beginning of the 4 divisions reincarnation to the creation of heaven and earth, and then to returning to one's true self, only forming a human body. On the Bodhi tree, tens of thousands of leaves swayed. The scriptures rang out for thousands of years, and it was unknown who they were being chanted for. The heavens became one, and 100 scriptures appeared. They sang and cried together, illuminating reincarnation. Under the Bodhi tree, there was only Yifan himself. Divine light was endless, and tens of thousands of Tao streaked across the heavens. Only his true body was left. Chapter 14:21. The 6-meter Bodhi tree bore the weight of the past and present. The green leaves on the tree were sparkling and translucent. Time flowed by in an instant, as if 100 lifetimes had passed. A lifetime of cultivation, a lifetime of comprehension. In exchange for eternal invincibility, corpses littered the land. The persistence of a moth flying into the flame, the last splendor of the wind. Comprehending unparalleled techniques in the world, it could not compare to the passing of time. A lifetime of extreme splendor could not hide the mottled tears of the past. Looking back, the world was silent, unable to find the same age. At this moment, Yi Fan had an illusion, as if he had arrived 10,000 years in the future, standing alone at the peak. There were a few graves, the world was vast and boundless. Past one's prime, looking back, there was only a sigh in the wind. Great enemies turned to ashes, beauties piled on graves. Old friends returned to the yellow earth, unable to see anyone again, old acquaintances all silent. This feeling was not good. It made his heart throb, feeling the desolation of the ages. He wanted nothing more than to roar towards the sky, shattering the turbid fog and ushering in the flourishing scenery. Was it the moon in the water? Or was it standing at the peak of his Tao, gazing at the corner of the future? A mournful song messed up his heart, sad for the autumn, and in the end, there was only boundless desolation. What was going on? Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan was startled awake. Why did he see this corner? His body was like a boulder, his heart like still water. How could he see this scene? Boom! Yi Fan's entire body shone, golden symbols engraved one after another on the surface of his body. Many great stars turned to ashes, endless stellar streams destroyed. Only this true body left. It was naturally because all of the Tao fruits were refined. The golden flesh and bones moved rhythmically, like a war song, resounding. The endless meridians and acupoints all over his body released golden immortal light. It was dazzling. However, at this time, a vertical eye also split open on his forehead. He vaguely saw a reincarnation. It was the scene of the past. Is this the demonic will of the external path? I have never seen it before, but today I finally see it. Yi Fan murmured. He did not believe what he saw. He did not speak much, starting from the sea of reincarnation until he entered the four extreme secret realms. He evolved his own Tao, his own technique, his own beliefs. He was not affected by the outside world. My Tao, my techniques, I am invincible. If you don't believe in the next life and don't care about the past, how can there be reincarnation? How can you see the miserable scene 10,000 years later? Yi Fan stretched out his four limbs, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth. He destroyed the demonic thoughts in his heart, severed all the chaotic thoughts, and regained his clarity. This is bad. That might really be a blurry vision of the future, but Yi Fan doesn't believe it. He firmly believes that he is invincible in this life. Lama muttered, could it be that we were also affected, and that's why we saw the demonic perception illusory scene? Only he himself realized that it was fake, and that's why he wanted to break it? Pangbo pondered and had a bad premonition. This is too strange. We have no way to judge, and naturally, we have no way to warn him. Otherwise, we will mislead him. Now, it's us who are at a loss instead, said the Golden Lion. Everyone was horrified when they heard this. They all sat cross-legged in the void and asked their hearts for the Tao, wanting to break through the fabrications. You don't have to force it. This is my view, and I don't believe it. You all don't have to sink too deeply into it. Look at it like the snow moon, see it like the cool breeze. Yi Fan shouted. Everyone was shaken. They withdrew, standing far enough away. The life spring surged, flowing with brilliant colors. For dark red killing swords quietly sank into the spring's eye, condensing a murderous tribulation. We don't have to look too deeply into it. That is Yi Fan's Tao and scenery. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, we will forget it after a single glance. Pangbo said softly. In the end, only the imperishable golden body remained under the Zhang 6 Bodhi tree. Everything disappeared. Yi Fan shattered the scenes. His mind was free of thoughts, and he was without worry. The golden multicolored light was restrained. This place became peaceful again. Yi Fan stood alone. The Bodhi tree swayed, and tens of thousands of green leaves fluttered about. It was as if a river flowed into the distance. It's done. Ye's comprehension of the Tao has reached perfection. Pangbo smiled and said, Longma, the golden lion, and the others also surrounded over. They saw that Yi Fan had returned to his natural state, and the blazing radiance was restrained within his body. They knew that his 3 years of comprehension had ended, and he had truly succeeded. Unexpectedly, the seemingly calm Yi Fan walked forward. As soon as he took 9 steps, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound. The golden multicolored light was brilliant, and it was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan, what happened to you? The group of people were all shocked, and they rushed forward. A cauldron floated up and down, releasing all life source energy. There were even more spirits that appeared, protecting Yi Fan within and stabilizing his injured body. Could it be that his comprehension failed? Pangbo was shocked, feeling that things weren't looking good. The hearts of the 12 saints also sunk. For cultivators, the most terrifying injury was failing to comprehend the Tao. It would destroy one's foundation, and there was nothing more serious than this. The Tao Yi Fan displayed just now was too terrifying. It shattered the human body in tens of thousands of realms, only leaving behind a true body. It made people feel reverence. However, it was also extremely dangerous. The slightest mishap would result in the destruction of both body and soul. It can't be that he really encountered a calamity, right? Lama muttered. It's nothing serious. You guys don't have to worry. Yi Fan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was injured, and this made everyone very worried. What exactly happened? Pangbo asked. The Tao is not complete, and the 4 extreme scripture is still incomplete. This Tao is too tyrannical, and it has injured one's body, Yi Fan said. Everyone came to a sudden realization. What Yi Fan did just now was indeed very tyrannical. He directly destroyed the universe of the human body, and this was not something an ordinary person could do. It could be said that it was really heaven-defying. It would be strange if he came out unscathed. Moreover, he had only entered the Saint King realm for a few years, and it was impossible for him to achieve it in one go. The scripture needed to be perfected, and it would be difficult to complete it in one day. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but when they saw the remnant golden bloodstain at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, they were still a little worried. To be able to injure him, this was definitely not a simple problem. Are you really fine? It's just a Tao injury. It's nothing, Yi Fan said. Tao injury. The Black Bear Saint, Scorpio, and the others were all horrified. This was not a good thing. Tao injuries were the most difficult to treat, and many ancient great sage passed away in meditation like this. Most of the time, it could even be said that there was no cure. Don't worry, it's just a scar, it's nothing. Back then, I was not tolerated by the great Tao, and it was much more serious than today, Yi Fan said. Beside him, there were traces of electricity faintly discernible, entering the life spring of the ancient celestial being. This was a sign that the heavenly tribulation was coming. You're going through the tribulation? Today, I comprehended the Tao and suffered some injuries. I'm going to cleanse myself in the sea of thunder tribulation, and maybe I can mend that scar, Yi Fan said. Whether it was the golden lion, the 9-tailed crocodragon, or the 12 saints, they were all a little speechless. Others were afraid of the heavenly tribulation, but he wanted to go through it to increase his cultivation level and recover his injured body. Before leaving, Yi Fan and the others carefully examined the 4 killing swords, and after confirming that they could not be taken away, they then approached the cave with the 6-eared macaque, but they also failed and could only sigh. Everyone took out their instruments to store the life, spring, divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. This was a great medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, and it was very useful for cultivators. The group left the life spring and flew to the surface of the sea. Others needed ancient ships to sail on the sea, but now they did not have to worry at all, because there was a large amount of the ancient celestial being divine liquid. It just happened to be able to withstand the black sea of bitterness. In these 3 years, they did not come out into the world. The outside world was changing, and too many people died. Corpses could often be seen in the black sea of bitterness. I'm going to undergo the tribulation. You guys be careful, said Yifan. The 12 saints nodded and laid down the heaven-deceiving formation left behind by great Emperor Wushi. They concealed their tracks and watched Yifan undergo the tribulation from the distance without worrying about being discovered. This sea region was very quiet, and normally no one would pass by. People mainly gathered near the life springs, wanted to seize the ancient celestial being emperor weapons and secret manuals at the heart of the springs. Honglong. Yifan's tribulation was just as he had imagined. It was extremely vast, and it shook all directions. It inevitably attracted the attention of the nearby heroes. Coincidentally, there was also someone undergoing the tribulation in another direction. Although they were quite far away, they could feel that the might was not weak. They could vaguely see a golden flood dragon flying across the sky. It was even thicker than a mountain ridge, and it was incomparably terrifying. Lama cursed and snuck over. He wanted to see just who was undergoing the tribulation. Since the commotion was so great, it was definitely a peak expert. A golden flood dragon with a bit of the aura of a true dragon. This is an emperor race among flood dragons. I wonder which ancient domain it came from. They didn't dare to get too close, because there were several other powerful creatures protecting the golden flood dragon race, Saint King. They were paying close attention and guarding that area. Honglong. Suddenly, deafening thunder sounds could be heard from another direction. The heavenly tribulation was incomparably vast. They discovered that a third party was undergoing the tribulation, and there were experts protecting them as well. Something isn't right. How could there be such a coincidence? Why are all of them facing the tribulation at the same time? Pangbo felt that it was strange. One of the 12 saints turned into lightning and flew into the distance to understand the situation. Not long after, he returned with astonishing news. It turned out that the various clans had discussed to let those who were about to break through undergo the tribulation in the Sea of Bitterness. They would break through the Black Sea and activate the ancient celestial being's life wheel, causing the life springs to erupt and gush out. Through this, they would construct a divine bridge that would lead them to the other shore. This is a bold idea, and it is a bit groundbreaking. Pangbo sighed and said, in the past half a month, more than 10 people had already undergone the tribulation. They all wanted to stir up great waves and make the life springs under the sea of bitterness gush out, but none of them were able to construct a divine bridge. Honglong. Yifan's heavenly tribulation was unparalleled. At his level, no one could suppress it. It was too vast, and as he proceeded, it attracted the attention of all directions. Because they were too far away, people didn't understand the situation and couldn't accurately judge the heavenly tribulation. Many people hurried over. What is he? Everyone was shocked. Some people recognized Yifan. He had disappeared for 3 years, and no one expected that he would return today. He had actually broken through and was undergoing the tribulation here. When these people rushed over, Yifan had already completed his tribulation. The myriad chi cauldrons swallowed the tribulation light that filled the sky. Chaotic lightning was engraved on it, making it look simple and imposing. This wasn't the heavenly tribulation for breaking through to the greater mystery realm, so no ancient great emperors appeared. Comparatively speaking, Yifan passed through it easily. It had been more than 20 years since he reached the first level of the Saint King realm. During this time, Yifan had passed through 2 tribulations, and this was the 3rd time. He had passed through 2 levels consecutively, reaching the 5th level of the Saint King realm. When the lightning light disappeared, Yifan landed. There were traces of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. This made Pangbo, Longma, and the others' hearts sink. Are you all right? Pangbo asked in shock. This is the first time you've been injured during the tribulation. No, it's the Great Tao injury. It didn't repair that crack? Lama was shocked. I'm fine. This injury can't stop me, said Yifan. He wiped the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were clear, and he didn't seem dispirited at all. Is this the human race's saint physique? He was actually injured during the tribulation. Does he deserve to be called a young supreme? What a joke. Golden Snake Second Langjun. Didn't you say that he was a strong opponent? He's only SOSO. How disappointing. In the distance, 6 figures approached quickly. They were like celestial rainbows traversing the sky, drawing out dazzling lights. They descended on the sea and stared at Yi Fan and the others. Golden Snake Fourth Langjun was in the middle. There were 2 other young cultivators that Yi Fan had never seen before. Clearly, they had rushed over from other ancient star regions in the past 3 years. They were all supreme cultivators of their respective regions, and they were the strongest cultivators on their respective ancient paths. One of them was a peacock, but he had turned into a human. He was very powerful, and there was a 5-color divine light behind him that emitted terrifying fluctuations. The other person had a pagoda in his hand. His true form was a divine fox, and his eyes were cunning. He didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Golden Snake's Second Langjun. Are you sure that this is the human race's saint physique that you were talking about? He's so weak that he was injured during the tribulation. Does he deserve to be our enemy? The peacock and the divine fox stood proudly in the field with disdain on their faces. They felt that they had been deceived by Second Langjun of the Golden Snake clan. The 4 Langjuns of the Gold clan were also suspicious. They had never heard of the young supreme cultivator being injured during the tribulation. How could such a person be a strong opponent? Could it be that they had misjudged him before? This was obviously unworthy of his name. A true supreme cultivator wouldn't be injured during the heavenly punishment of such a small realm. Could it be that they had overestimated Yi Fan in the past? Second Longjuan's eyes turned, and golden multicolored light shot out. He didn't believe it. His physical body had suffered a bit during the battle back then, and the pain was unbearable. Second Langjun, I admit that I'm not as good as you, but you've gone too far with this opponent. Let me take action and kill this rare bloodline that you spoke of, said the 5-colored peacock. It was extremely conceited. Second Langjun didn't say anything. The 4 golden snakes were all very cold as they stared at Yi Fan, wanting to see what was going on. Chi! The peacock spread its wings, and its feathers shone brilliantly. 5-color divine light swept out, and it was a fatal blow. It was as heavy as millions and millions of caddies, and it wanted to suppress Yi Fan right away. We are both holy kings, and you dare to fight against me on the 5th small platform. Yi Fan said coldly. With a rumble, he took a step forward. Wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Even though his clothes were stained with golden blood, he was still incomparably dignified. He was like a deity. Someone who was injured, even after crossing the tribulation, dares to show off against me? What a joke. The 5-colored peacock sneered, and the divine light behind it flourished even more brilliantly as it hacked down. Pung! Yi Fan took action decisively and domineeringly. He stretched out his limbs, and the 4 extremities of his body shone. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed, and the sea of bitterness overflowed into the heavens. It was as if great stars were going to fall one after another. The 5-colored peacock's expression changed. This scene terrified him. The divine fox suddenly took action, producing an ancient pagoda that turned into 33 layers. It suppressed towards Yi Fan and saved the peacock. This was because he could see that this kind of divine might truly had a kind of unrivaled aura. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Yi Fan streaked past, and his body was like the curve of a dragon as he sliced through the 5-color divine light. His true body closed in, and he grabbed the 5-colored peacock with his bare hands. With a pu sound, he tore it into 2 halves, and a rain of blood flew everywhere. The 5-colored peacock let out a mournful cry. What is a supreme being? There's only one in this world. Yi Fan said coldly. Then he waved his arm, and the ancient pagoda that was suppressing him turned back. It trembled violently, and then exploded with a boom. It was no longer under the divine fox's control. The divine fox was overwhelmed with shock. Chapter 1422. It wasn't that the five-colored peacock wasn't strong, but on the contrary, it rarely had an opponent in the younger generation. It dominated the foreign side, slaughtering all of its competitors on an ancient path, walking over mountains of corpses and bones. Behind it was a sea of blood. Before coming to the mythological ancient path, it was a legend of a region, known to be unrivaled in the younger generation in its star domain. Now, it was torn in half barehandedly by Yi Fan, blood dripping everywhere. It was like an illusion, making everyone feel like it wasn't real. Yi Fan's black hair was thick, scattering down his chest and back. His eyes were deep, releasing strands of cold lightning. He tossed aside the two halves of the corpse, standing at the center of the battlefield like a terrifying demonic god, as if he was looking down on all of the experts on the ancient path. This was a type of intimidation, greatly shaking up everyone's minds. It wasn't that the five-colored peacock wasn't strong. If it truly fought carefully, no one could kill it in a single move. The reason why it was defeated was because it was too careless, and the second reason was that Yi Fan gathered thousands of killing moves into a single move, carrying out a decisive attack, ending the battle quickly. It was just like the old madman back then. If it was the golem Holy Spirit Aomang, he might have exchanged several hundred moves, but in the end, he pressed forward, blowing it up with 3 punches. Today, Yi Fan was like this. He had a type of mountain-devouring aura, feeling like he was the only sovereign. His entire body's golden blood surged, suppressing the clouds, the 4 seas rising and falling because of him. Great black waves reached high into the sky, about to strike down the sun, moon, and stars. He gathered his unrivaled will in that instant, displaying his most powerful attack, killing the five-colored peacock. Comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan self-destructed his body's cosmos, blasting apart great stars one after another, making starry rivers collapse one after another. His golden flesh and sparkling white bones recombined, only leaving behind a true body. How could he not be strong? This wasn't a simple physical attack, but rather one that required the body, scripture meanings, secret techniques, and other aspects to harmonize, improving them to the highest level before unleashing a fatal blow. Therefore, as soon as his most powerful true form appeared, his body turned into the shape of a dragon. He cut open the sky and earth and tore apart the undefeatable peacock. Blood rained down, allowing him to fulfill the supreme prestige of the human race's divine physique. This battle was only the first battle. It was the prelude to Yi Fan's great battle against the young paragons of the present age. He was going to establish the reputation of a paragon. There was only one person in the world who could have such a title. From this day forth, the various great ancient regions would begin to move, and the title of the most powerful would slowly change. This battle would be the fuse of a great storm in the future. The divine fox revealed a look of astonishment. The pagoda he had summoned had been blocked and shattered by Yi Fan's arm. Naturally, he was shocked. How powerful was Yi Fan's combat prowess to be able to do this so easily? This was a god fiend. The most important thing was that the five-colored peacock, which was as powerful as the divine fox, had been killed on the spot. This made his scalp go numb. The divine fox thought back to what they had said just now. They thought that this person had been injured during the tribulation and that his reputation was undeserved. He would not be able to withstand a single blow. In the end, it was all their own fault. The divine fox's eyes were cunning. With a flash, he quickly retreated behind the golden snake fourth Langjun. He did not want to become the butcher knife of the 4 golden bodies and become cannon fodder. However, he had underestimated Yi Fan's speed and, even more so, his determination to kill him. He also underestimated Yi Fan's invincible spirit. He charged straight at the golden snake fourth Langjun. The divine fox was shocked. Yi Fan had moved later, but he had arrived before him. He cut off the path ahead and blocked the way between him and the golden snake fourth Langjun. How much courage did he have to have dared to make such a move? He had his back to the 4 strongest Langjuns of the golden snake race and was blocking the divine fox. This was equivalent to being surrounded. Yi Fan walked like a dragon or a tiger. As he raised his hand, the sun and moon rotated and many great stars twinkled. It was as if a celestial being was on a journey. He deeply shocked the divine fox. He turned around and left. Although he had 4 strong reinforcements not far away, he could not face Yi Fan's invincible aura. This aura made him tremble, and he lost the will to fight. This was true invincible might. It had cultivated a great momentum. Yi Fan had not even killed the divine fox yet, but he had already intimidated the enemy and disintegrated their faith. In a sense, this kind of momentum was even harder to cultivate than true combat power. It required a high degree of integration of essence, spirit, and spirit. It had to be raised to the peak and release the original majesty to achieve this. Yi Fan had a belief that he would win and an invincible will. Facing so many enemies, he charged in alone. He was fearless even when facing thousands of soldiers and horses, looking down on the heroes. It was this kind of invincible momentum that caused the divine fox to break down and flee for his life. He lost his normal heart, and this was also the reason why he was doomed to die. No matter how fast he was, could he be faster than Yi Fan? Leaving the golden snake fourth, Lang Jun was speeding up his death. Behind him, the 4 golden snakes were furious. Yi Fan charged in alone. This kind of arrogant and invincible momentum did not intimidate them. Instead, it made their blood boil and their anger soar. This was a humiliation to them. He was just one person, and yet he dared to treat the 4 great supreme beings like this. No one in the world dared to do this. You're not the only one going through the tribulation. We also went through the tribulation half a month ago. Today, we'll take your life. The golden snake, second Lang Jun, was the first to give chase. He had seen through the trick. In a battle of the same level, no one in the world could kill the Peacock King in one strike. That was the embodiment of Yi Fan's strongest move. No! At this moment, the divine fox's terrified cry came from ahead. This was because Yi Fan had caught up to him and forced him into a dead end. He also came to his senses. How could he escape? The stronger the enemy was, the more he should delay him and let the golden snake fourth Lang Jun fight for his life. Otherwise, there would be no solution for him in the future. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Fan's body shone with treasured light. This time, his divine form was not as simple as the dragon-shaped curve. Instead, it turned into a golden Tai Chi celestial diagram. Moreover, the phenomenon was displayed to its fullest. It was as if 3,000 gods and demons were chanting sutras, and all of them rushed over. The divine fox paled in shock. This kind of might, this kind of combat prowess, this kind of boldness, who could resist it? It was the strongest attack again. He wanted to take his life in one move. The divine fox was naturally unwilling to give up. He didn't want to fight to the death and hope to stall for time. The lesson from the past made him terrified. He was afraid that his blood would splatter in the void and he would die on the spot. Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. The Xing formula was extremely fast and stuck to his body. They were already several meters apart, but now it was as if the 2 of them were glued together and couldn't be separated. It wasn't that there weren't people who could fight with the human race's divine physique. For example, there were people with the tyrant ether blood in their bodies. However, there were very few of them, and the divine fox was obviously not among them. One of his arms was grabbed by Yi Fan. With a gabung sound, scarlet blood splashed in all directions. It was torn off on the spot. The divine fox cried out loudly. His spirit was suppressed, and he lost his sense of propriety. It could be said that one wrong step would lead to many mistakes. He had reached this step, and it was as if he had stepped onto the path of destruction himself. He felt fear in his heart and was intimidated by Yi Fan. He couldn't truly fight. In reality, it was rare to see someone who could become a supreme expert on an ancient path like this. Of course, this also proved how terrifying Yi Fan's unrivaled power was. It made his enemies feel fear, and even if they told others, they wouldn't necessarily believe it. Let me go, and I will definitely repay you with my life. The divine fox cried out. His eyes were filled with fear. Are you sure you could do what you say? Yi Fan released a shout, directly shaking the divine fox's primordial spirit. There was no place for him to hide his thoughts, and they were all revealed. "Oh no!" The divine fox cried out in fear. He knew that he was finished. The thoughts at the bottom of his heart had been seen through. There was no way for him to live. Hiding malicious intentions, wanting to take my life in the future, crafty and sinister. "I can't let you live." Yi Fan slapped down with a flip of his hand. The divine fox's head instantly shattered, and fresh blood and pale brain matter splattered in all directions. His primordial spirit turned into ashes. In the distance, many people were stunned when they saw this scene. That was a supreme expert on an ancient path, yet in front of Yi Fan, he was like a little chick. He was directly slapped to death. Rumble. In the distance, the sounds of tribulation rang out unceasingly. There were a few others who were undergoing tribulation, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, causing the sea of bitterness to surge violently. The sound of thunder rang out unceasingly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. All of this was extremely shocking. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Fan turned around and faced off against the Golden Snake Clan's Langjun. They were about to fight. "Long Worm, don't try to bully the weak with numbers. Grandpa Pang is here. Come and receive your death." Pang Bo rushed over. His bronze-colored skin erupted with precious splendor as he blocked the Golden Snake Clan's supreme expert. "With me here, I won't tolerate your impudence." Lama had a look of disdain on his face. He turned around and whistled. The 12 saints all surrounded him. Clang! Not far away, the Golden Snake's second Langjun spat out an immortal radiance. It was a snake sword that was nurtured from millions of corpses. It was said to be able to slay immortals and punish gods. This was a golden evil sword that was refined from the blood, bones, and soul flames of millions of creatures. It could be said that it possessed boundless evil energy. It was a sword of killing tribulation. As long as it struck the enemy, even if it was only a small cut, it would immediately turn into a pool of blood. This sword was extremely evil and evil. In order to fulfill its purpose, Golden Snake Erlang had killed all the clansmen of the ape god's bloodline on the other ancient road. He had purged them all with their blood and used them to refine the sword's blood bones and soul fire. The Golden Snake Langjun didn't move. Even though Yi Fan was so powerful, he didn't rush to make a move. He only coldly watched. The third Langjun was blocked by Pang Bo, while the fourth Langjun was being led by Lama to engage in a one-on-one battle. Rumble. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts cried and gods howled. The entire black ocean exploded and surged into the cosmos. Some of the great stars were directly struck down. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Many experts were submerged in the black waves. Some of them relied on secret treasures to rush out and escape death. What happened? Everyone was shocked. The waves rolled into the sky. One after another, stars fell like flying sand and stones, or exploded in the void. Under the black sea of bitterness, a terrifying divine light appeared. It rushed into the sky and turned into a divine bridge that rushed into the distance, reaching the other shore. Everyone was stupefied. The appearance of the divine bridge was something they were all hoping for, yet they had never been able to witness such a magnificent scene. The world changed drastically. The sea of bitterness was boundless, and the springs of life gushed. Not only the 9 springs, but an even larger area turned into divine liquid. They merged into one, forming a divine bridge that connected to the heavens and entered the other shore of the gods. There were people who passed the tribulations in the past few days. Even the great sage and the others bombarded the sea of bitterness. Although they were insignificant compared to the sea of bitterness, like a few mosquitoes flying around, they still woke up the giant, crossed the divine bridge, and reached the other shore of the gods. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He called for Pang Bo, Lama, and the other 12 saints. They couldn't fall behind at this time. Who knew how long the divine bridge could last? Yi Fan used the army formula and brought everyone over. In addition, he used his supreme magical power to block the Golden Snake second Longjuan's path of return, not allowing him to leave. Rumble. Waves rushed into the sky. The construction process of the divine bridge was too terrifying. It directly sent everyone flying. Everyone used all their strength to fly up and stood on the bright and boundless divine bridge. Great waves rushed into the sky. This didn't seem like crossing the bridge at all. Instead, it was like being swept by the divine waves and directly hit the other shore. This was an unknown void. Everyone stood on the bright divine bridge. They didn't need to move at all. It was as if they had turned into rainbows and directly flew into the depths of the distant sky region. In an instant, the void door opened. This was another world. It was not the ancient bitter sea region at all. They were close to the true shore of the gods. Some people wanted to take the life springs, but it was all for naught. At this time, the light of the life springs had transformed, and it was precisely because of this that the heavenly bridge was formed. It shattered one region and reached the other shore. It passed through the void and crossed an ancient star region. It was unknown how far away it was from the bitter sea, but it was not in the same region. Everyone came to a sudden realization, and then they were indescribably shaken. Crossing the sea of bitterness to reach the dwelling of the gods was not to cross the tangible Black Sea, but to directly reach the celestial court. Wang, on the divine bridge, the golden snake's second Langjun was fighting fiercely with Yifan. He felt that something was wrong because he was separated from the other three supreme beings of the golden snake race. He was the only one left. Chapter 1423. The vast starry sky was pierced through by a divine bridge. It crossed two regions and reached the shore of the gods. This was an incredible scene. The grand divine bridge crossed over the ancient region. Great stars were like dust in front of it. It was horrifying, and anyone who saw it would be horrified and shaken. Countless cultivators strived to cross the sea of bitterness, but in the end of the sea of bitterness was not the other shore that they were searching for. They needed to leap into the sky to see another world. Yifan and the second Langjun of the golden snake exchanged blows. In a blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. He used his bare hands to fight against the evil sword of the flying serpent. It was as if iron and stone were clashing against each other. Clanging sounds could be heard on the divine bridge. This sword was extremely strange. Even though golden multicolored light shone brilliantly, each time it was brandished, it would release woo-woo sounds. Behind it was a heaven-overflowing sea of blood, mountains of corpses rising and falling, the scene terrifying. Yifan used his bare hands to block the sword, but there were no wounds on his palms and fingers. This shocked second Langjun. His opponent's physical body was even more terrifying, and it was even stronger than the last time they fought. In the past, this flying serpent sword had killed the 6 brothers of the divine ape bloodline and absorbed several jars of the great sage's blood. It was an extremely evil weapon. But now, Yifan was able to fight it with his bare hands, which made second Langjun of the golden snake feel that it was inconceivable. This body made his hair stand on end, and he definitely could not fight it in close combat. The two of them fought on the huge divine bridge. Pangbo, the dragon horse, and the others were not worried. They had enough confidence in Yifan. They believed that he had become even stronger after comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree. Rumble. The starry sky trembled. The enormous divine bridge was like a beam of light, carrying everyone as they approached an ancient land. There was unexpectedly chaotic energy surging. From the distance, there were 5 great continents that emitted hazy radiance. This was the shore of the gods. We've arrived. We've arrived at the residence of deities. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but feel shocked. There was a continent that was incomparably hot, even more resplendent than the sun, releasing scorching radiance. The other continent was a vast ocean where humans couldn't stand. It was the endless marsh country. On the third continent, metal energy surged into the heavens, clanging and ringing. The fourth continent surged with green energy and was filled with vitality. The fifth continent was earthen yellow in color, thick and solid. This was the 5 elements continent. Everyone was horrified. After careful observation, they discovered that these continents were extremely similar to the 5 viscera of the human body, just that they were boundless and enormous. So this was the dwelling place of the gods. Many people realized something and realized that the so-called gods were the gods born from the palace of the holy Ji of celestial being. The 5 viscera of the human body must be referring to them. 5 elements, energy seeped out, merging together, becoming one, turning into primal chaos. That was why there was chaotic mist swirling about, hazy and indistinct. Above the 5 continents, there is a huge planet that is brimming with life. The divine bridge approached. Everyone saw the scene here and saw the layout clearly. There was a great star suspended between the 5 elements, receiving their nourishment and full of vitality. This really was a life ancient star, moreover incomparably large. It was likely that there were powerful creatures on it, because even from far away, everyone could sense a type of supreme great Tao. Perhaps there was a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor. Who could say for sure? At this point, everyone began to suspect that perhaps the gods really did exist. Moreover, it was here, so everyone became excited and excited. The other shore of the gods had an ancient star at the end. How could anyone calm down? Pooh! Second Lang Jun coughed out a mouthful of blood. After fighting for a long time, he was struck by Yi Fan's golden, millstone-like palm. It made his entire body spasm and almost break into 2 pieces. The opponent's true body was even more powerful than before. He couldn't take it anymore. Yi Fan also shivered inwardly. The golden snake race was blessed by the heavens. As the descendant of the divine beast flying snake, their reputation was indeed well-deserved. How many people in the same generation could take such a ferocious strike? Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, the flying snake's second Lang Jun was an opponent that couldn't be ignored. He was truly powerful. However, it was a pity that Yi Fan was even more terrifying. After only 100 moves, he had already gained the upper hand and was almost about to suppress his opponent. The golden snake second Lang Jun's face was gloomy. He felt that this was a type of humiliation. After only 100 moves, he was already at a disadvantage. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. It had always been them who suppressed and killed their enemies. They had never been attacked by such a strong force. Now, everything was reversed, and it was difficult for him to accept. Clang! Yi Fan's golden palm was like a millstone that was rotating. He put his hands together and clamped the flying snake evil sword, making it wail and almost break in half. Boom! The divine bridge connected the heavens and the earth, shaking everyone down. Everyone flew in all directions and landed on this ancient star in different directions. Yi Fan let go, and the evil sword left his control. It had to be said that this sword was very strange and powerful. It hadn't been broken until now. One had to know that Yi Fan could destroy any other Saint King level instrument. This was a vast land. Fortunately, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others didn't get separated. They all fell into an ancient forest and the depths of a majestic mountain range. Longworm, let's see where you can run to this time. Pang Bo shouted. Longma and the others also surrounded him, cutting off his path to prevent him from escaping. The golden snake second Lang Jun's expression was cold. He observed the surrounding terrain and looked at the group of enemies. It would be a lie to say that his heart wasn't heavy. However, he didn't despair. My golden snake clan is blessed by the heavens. I am inferior to others. Today, I will use ancient techniques and secret methods to suppress you. Although he was at a disadvantage just now, he wasn't convinced. The tail of the 3-meter-long golden snake was on the ground. Its whole body was shining with golden light, like a golden pillar planted on the ground. It was glistening and releasing a powerful aura. The flying serpent evil sword floated above his head, releasing strands of chaotic chi. Behind him was a sea of blood mist, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. You always said that you would suppress me. Today, I will make you convinced. I will kill you here. Yi Fan opened his mouth, but there was golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Yi, are you okay? Pang Bo was shocked. It's just a little Dao injury. It's not a problem. Yi Fan activated the secret character of Zhe. Waves of blood mist rose, and the Dao injury was stabilized. So you have a Dao injury. The Golden Snake second Lang Jun finally understood why Yi Fan was covered in golden blood after going through the trial. Whoosh! The 3-meter-long snake turned into a golden divine spear. It was stretched straight and faster than golden lightning. It tore through the void and went straight for Yi Fan's forehead. He was too fast. This was the Flying Snake clan's natural divine technique. It could fly in the sky and escape the ground. It was the fastest in the world. Yi Fan's body didn't move. When the golden spear was half a foot away from his forehead, he raised his right palm and blocked it. The Golden Snake's second Lang Jun was shocked. He retreated dozens of meters in an instant. The golden spear flew across the sky and stopped the attack. Next, he became even faster, turning into a golden streak of lightning, surrounding Yi Fan as he attacked, fully displaying his terrifying speed. From afar, one could see many golden shadows stabbing at Yi Fan. It was as if thousands of golden spears were attacking the sacred human body in the center. The mountains were rumbling, and the peaks turned into dust. It was all caused by the surging wind. In fact, neither of them had touched any mountains. Too slow. Just as the Golden Snake's second Lang Jun was getting more and more confident, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his body. He was hit by Yi Fan's golden fist. Golden scales flew, and blood splashed. He was almost broken in half. He was shocked and moved sideways. However, a golden shadow beside him was even faster. It was as if it had been waiting in front of him. Pow! The golden millstone-like palm and fingers moved, making the bones in the Golden Snake's second Lang Jun's body crackle. He flew out again, golden blood spurting out of his mouth. It was not hard to see the strength of the Flying Serpent bloodline. It did not break after 2 attacks from Yi Fan, and it still had a strong fighting capacity. But the Golden Snake's second Lang Jun didn't think so. Instead, he felt cold. This was his strongest speed, but it was not as fast as his opponent. If he couldn't win, he couldn't even escape. "Is this your fastest speed?" Yi Fan asked calmly. His feet glowed, and the divine pattern appeared. He turned into a beam of light, flashing left and right as he attacked the Golden Snake's second Lang Jun. In this moment, the Golden Snake's second Lang Jun was hit 9 times. His body cracked, and his joints cracked. White bones were exposed, and blood splashed. Poof! Golden blood splashed. The Golden Snake's body was finally broken by Yi Fan. It was broken into dozens of pieces and scattered everywhere. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Be careful. The Flying Serpent's vitality is very strong, Pang Bo warned. He was not worried, because he had absolute confidence in his opponent's fighting capacity. "You have made me angry." The Golden Snake's second Lang Jun roared. The dozens of golden pieces rushed together, and the Flying Serpent's sword fused into his body, forming a snake body. He was furious. This was the first time in his life that his snake body had been broken. "So what?" Yi Fan asked calmly. "Snake moves the 9 heavens," the Golden Snake shouted. The sky rumbled, and the 9 layers of the sky pressed down. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. This was an ancient technique. The Flying Serpent became a god, and it stood above the 9 heavens, suppressing everything in the mortal world. The 9 layers of heaven were under its control, and it could destroy all enemies. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan shouted. The mountains and rivers moved, and the sun and moon trembled. As soon as he punched out, the heavens shook. The tyrannical golden color surged up, directly crushing the 9 layers of the sky. Poof! The Golden Snake's second Lang Jun flew out, coughing up blood. His face was full of shock and unwillingness. "Flying Serpent World!" He roared out again. Behind him was a golden world. The ancient divine Flying Serpent appeared. That was a country with endless mountains and rivers. Golden divine snakes were everywhere. This was especially the case at the center. The ancient snake turned over, destroying the sun, moon, and stars. It was enormous beyond compare. That was the flying serpent ancient ancestor that became a god. Yi Fan displayed the irregular scene. The immortal king, golden sea of bitterness, primal chaos green lotus, and others connected into one. It was like a primal chaos world. Even though it was indistinct, it could still be seen. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like a human figure. All of the irregular scenes were part of a body. Yi Fan was impervious to all methods. The flying serpent world that Second Lang Jun attacked was disintegrated, and then it collapsed. His irregular scenes merged into one, and the divine might was boundless. It blasted Second Lang Jun into pieces, scattering him in all directions. A rain of blood scattered down. How could it be like this? Second Lang Jun said to himself after reassembling his body. He was suppressed once again, and he failed again. What other secret techniques and ancient methods do you have? If you think you can defeat me, then feel free to use them. Yi Fan retracted his irregular scenes and calmly stared at him. Second Lang Jun was in despair. Just how many people of the same level could break through those secret techniques? However, in front of the human race's divine body, they were so useless. Could it be that he could only fight a few hundred rounds against a divine body? He couldn't compete at all. Could it be that he was fated to fall on the Emperor's path and become someone else's dazzling scenery? Flying serpent soul transformation. Second Lang Jun roared. The 4 words shook the world. His entire body cracked, and it was dazzling. He was actually going to shed his snake skin and transform into an even more powerful divine body. It's useless. Yi Fan took a step forward like golden lightning. His 2 golden palms spread out and directly grabbed the snake's tail. With a forceful tug, the snake's body broke apart, and blood sprayed everywhere. Second Lang Jun was in complete despair. The other party continuously waited for him to make his moves, breaking them one by one. Moreover, they were all in the domain that he was most proficient in. There was no more cruel blow than this. Chapter 14:24. When Yi Fan moved, he was like a great pung spreading its wings, soaring 90,000 li into the sky. When he was quiet, he was like an abyss, possessing a type of great power that overlooked the world. He tossed the 2 halves of the golden snake body onto the ground, not fearing that he would escape at all. He coldly looked down on his opponent. Golden Snake Second Lang Jun's Zhonglong snake body was cut into 2 halves. Golden blood splashed high into the air. He was in despair. He displayed several of his most powerful ancient techniques, but they were completely defeated, unable to contend against this great enemy. I am unwilling. He wasn't willing to become a pile of bones on the Emperor's path. He had been unrivaled ever since he started cultivating, believing himself to be one of the most powerful individuals of the younger generation. Yet today, he was defeated so miserably. Shio! The 2 halves recombined, turning into a golden snake body. The golden vertebrae released chong-chong sounds. The flying serpent evil sword appeared again, shining resplendently. This sword was dyed with his lifeblood, its power incomparably great. He was going to carry out a final struggle. Yi Fan's divine form appeared, a dragon-shaped figure at the center. A golden sphere covered his body, and with a honglong sound, blood energy rushed into the heavens, reaching a type of most powerful state. Dang! He used his fist to shake the sword, striking it several dozen times in succession until the flying serpent evil sword trembled. After the 6th Dao reincarnation fist appeared, the golden fist struck 100 times. In the end, with a hong sound, the sword body exploded, the evil sword turning into pieces. At the same time, a sky overflowing sea of blood and endless corpses appeared, as if they had arrived in a terrifying foreign land. It was just that abrupt, making one tremble. This was the blood and bones of the flying serpent evil sword after devouring millions of creatures, nurturing an evil embryo, becoming a supreme divine artifact. Even though it wasn't a material object, it was still vivid and lifelike. The flying serpent evil sword had devoured the blood of the great sage, and even more so, it had used the blood of millions of creatures as its foundation. the divine blood of an entire divine ape race as its spirit. Now, it was almost on the verge of becoming the great sage's artifact, yet it was still destroyed, broken under Yi Fan's fist. This strike smashed away all of Golden Snake's second, Longjuan's confidence, making him feel as if he was stepping on a 10,000 jong high peak, falling into a dark abyss, his entire body ice cold. Yi Fan, why haven't you killed him yet to prevent any variables from appearing? You shouldn't be lenient towards your enemies. You should be decisive and severe. The Scorpio Saint said. Pang Bo said, because there are still 3 snakes. Yi Fan wants to figure out the background of this race. In the future, he might even encounter the most terrifying old snake. At the last moment, Golden Snake Erlangjian's face suddenly revealed a sinister expression. He put away all of his dejection, and divine light erupted from between his brows. A corner of the formation diagram flew out, and it flowed with the aura of the great Tao. It was as if it could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and divine might surged violently. This was the Flying Serpent race's mysterious ancient artifact. Back then, the 4 brothers had used it to fight against the great sage, forcing the Gray Flood Dragon Venerable Beast into a dangerous situation and almost dying. Even if I can't defeat you, I can kill you. The second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake roared. His eyes were awe-inspiring. This peerless enemy made him feel despair. Since he couldn't fight back, then he would completely destroy him. This was his crazy desire to destroy Yi Fan in both body and soul. Although the corner of the divine diagram was sealed, it could still release a portion of its power. Strands of ripple-like, light waves spread out. It was simply unstoppable. The void collapsed inch by inch. Dang! Suddenly, green light flourished in front of Yi Fan. He took out the damaged green cauldron and used it to block in front of him. When the light waves spread over, they were all blocked. Longma and the others were shocked. The Flying Serpent race was indeed terrifying. They actually forced Yi Fan to use this great killing weapon. This was something that hadn't happened in many years. The green copper cauldron was mysterious and unfathomable. It was the only divine artifact left in the world of ancient heaven. It didn't take the initiative to attack and had always been focused on defense. What is this? Ancient heaven. The second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake cried out with a shocked expression. Yi Fan held the green cauldron and moved forward. The light waves couldn't get close to him, so he crashed into the second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake and the divine diagram. With a rumble, this corner of the ancient formation diagram was incomparably dazzling. It tore apart the void and rushed into the clouds. It actually escaped. The ancestral artifact of the Flying Serpent race actually flew away. The second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake turned pale with fright. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, in a vast wasteland, ancient trees towered into the sky. Apes cried and tigers roared. A corner of the formation diagram appeared above the heads of the other 3 Lang Juns of the Golden Snake race. They were operating the Golden Snake celestial art, trying to find the second Lang Jun through the connection between the diagrams. Suddenly, the end of the horizon shone brightly. A dazzling divine rainbow descended from the sky. A corner of the ancient formation descended and combined with the ancestral artifacts of the 3 Lang Juns, forming a complete ancient diagram. On it, there were all kinds of patterns from gods to birds and beasts. In the center, there was a flying serpent that had become a god. The scene was earth-shattering because it could swallow all the stars in the sky just by opening its mouth. The second Lang Jun is in danger. The first Lang Jun of the Golden Snake race sighed. 2 beams of bright divine light shot out from his eyes. He looked at the horizon with an incomparably awe-inspiring look. Second brother doesn't have long to live. He might not even be in this world anymore. Was it done by the sacred body of the human clan? I'm going to kill him. The third Lang Jun of the Golden Snake roared angrily. Among the 4 of them, he was the most hot-tempered. He would kill people at the slightest provocation. There were thousands of corpses lying on the ground. A sea of blood appeared behind him, reaching high into the sky. Sacred body of the human clan, I will torture you to death with the cruelest method. It's a pity that second brother hasn't mastered the invincible method of the flying serpent transformation. Otherwise, who could compete with me? You two have mastered the flying serpent transformation. We will try our best to get rid of the sacred body of the human clan, the first Lang Jun of the Golden Snake said. His expression became more and more gloomy. Of course we have to get rid of him. I'm going to swallow his golden flesh bit by bit. The battle had already ended. Yi Fan pointed at the forehead of the second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake. Blood splattered, and a giant snake corpse appeared on the ground. It was no longer one zhang long. Its true body was thousands of zhang long. It stretched across the mountain range. Its entire body was golden and dazzling. Its scales were 1 to 2 meters long and flickered with a metallic luster. The cold moonlight sprinkled down, and waves of flames soared in the mountains. Yi Fan, Peng Bo, Longma, the Golden Lion, and the others sat together. Pieces of golden and glossy dried meat hung on the bonfire. Beside the bonfire, there were jars of wine. The fragrance assailed their nostrils and drifted far into the night. They ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank big bowls of wine. This is the first time I've eaten the flying serpent in my life. It doesn't taste good. It's hard to chew, Longma said. You shouldn't eat meat, the Scorpio Saint said. I'm not a vegetarian. I love to eat lion's head, bear's paw, dragon's liver, and phoenix's marrow. Longma gulped down a jar of wine and said casually. Suddenly, a few murderous auras rushed over. The golden lion, the black bear saint, the nine-tailed crocodragon, and the green one all stared at it. The second Lang Jun of the Golden Snake was a proud son of heaven. But today he was killed and roasted on a bonfire, becoming someone else's meal. No one would believe it if this was spread. The snake can't be roasted. It should be made into snake soup and stewed. Come, Yi, bring the cauldron over. Put the life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being in it, and cook the flying serpent, Pang Bo said. The black bear saint raised his bare paws in agreement. Good idea. It'll definitely be delicious. I will find some herbs and use them as seasonings. Look at the mountains and valleys here. There are ancient mountains everywhere. Maybe there are old herbs that are tens of thousands of years old. It'll be the most suitable for stewing. This could be described as extremely luxurious. Wisps of the source chi of all things hung down. The Kuan Peng, vermilion bird, and primal chaos deities were all lifelike. Wisps of primal chaos chi lingered around the mouth of the cauldron. How many divine objects like this could be found in the world? Today, it was truly a waste of its talents. It had become a vessel for a few gluttons. Yi Fan, Peng Bo, and the others activated their divine power. Flames spat out from their palms and fingers to heat up the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, it was chaotic and hazy. The life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial beings surged. The golden flying serpent's meat bobbed up and down. Longma, the golden lion, and the others threw in a few ancient herbs. The Scorpio Saint put in a few ancient vine roots. The aroma of meat, life-spring, and herbs filled the air. This pot of meat soup was unprecedented. The rare flying serpent's meat was cooked in the life-chi cauldron and stewed with the life-spring divine liquid of the celestial being. How many times could it be seen in the mortal world? It's enough to enjoy such a meal. The nine-tailed crocodragon sighed. This was too extravagant. He felt that eating like this might incur the wrath of the heavens. It was somewhat unreal. Everyone ate to their heart's content. In the end, they even drank it clean. After all, that was the life-spring divine liquid. Every drop could bring back flesh and bones from the dead. It made everyone's essence energy surge, and their bodies were about to explode. Although it looks like a pot of life-spring divine liquid, the ancient celestial being's body has mysteriously enlarged. If he were to return to the height of a normal person, this pot of life-spring divine liquid would not even be a drop, said Longma. This was the truth, and it was far from being a true drop of the celestial being's life-spring divine liquid. Otherwise, this would be the most heaven-defying thing in the world. Who could obtain the life-spring divine liquid of an ancient great emperor? Early in the morning, mist drifted about, bringing with it a humid aura. The morning dew flickered with 5 colors and 10 rays of light in a morning light. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others left the mountain. They walked towards the vast land and marched towards the cities with living beings. In reality, they had already seen a few strange creatures in the mountains, but most of them did not have any profound cultivation. Their understanding of the great world was limited. Rumble, rumble, suddenly a loud sound was heard. They were startled because a huge figure gradually appeared on the horizon. It was at least 300 meters tall, like a mountain peak, majestic and mighty. This was a giant ape with a wide mouth and a body full of yellow fur that flickered with a faint golden splendor. It carried a stone staff on its shoulder, and on top of it hung a strange creature that was dozens of meters long. It was obvious that this was its prey. Aren't the creatures of this world a little too big? Although they are big, their strength is not that shocking. They are only in the dragon transformation secret realm. However, this kind of giant physique is definitely not something that can be compared to. I'll go ask him about the situation of this planet. Longma leapt up and arrived in front of the giant ape. He used his divine sense to transmit his question to it. The giant ape was obviously aware of the strength of the newcomer and did not look down on him because of his small size. He answered every question and was very cooperative, which was out of everyone's expectations. This was an ancient source of life, and its name was Permitha. A group of extremely powerful creatures resided here, and the giant ape was only the lowest of them all. He used the stone staff to point into the distance, saying that there were cities and flourishing towns there. All types of races roamed about. Woo, it really is Permitha. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. According to what the giant ape said, there really were deities in this world, just that he couldn't get close to them. It was because his level wasn't high enough to worship them. This shocking news immediately moved them, feeling that there would be terrifying existences on this ancient planet. Have you heard of the ancient coffins from the legendary era? Longma continued to ask. Of course I have. A stone coffin with a total of 9 layers appeared on the great Earth several decades ago. Everyone knows about it. The giant ape's reply left them stupefied. They originally thought that it was extremely secretive and would definitely have to go through a lot of trouble. But who would have thought that everyone here knew about it? Where is it? It is naturally in the immortal domain. The giant ape said. What? Immortal domain? There really is such a place in this world. Everyone was stupefied. Wait, speak slowly. Where is the immortal domain? What kind of place is it? Yi Fan asked seriously. The immortal domain is the dwelling place of the deities, the land of long life. It is in that direction. The giant ape pointed with the large staff again, pointing in a distant direction. Everyone was speechless. This giant ape replied again. There really wasn't the slightest bit of suspense. It knew everything. Do you know about the ancient tree of life? Longma asked. He had never seen the G siblings before, so he naturally wouldn't have any feelings for them. He wasn't that interested in the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. He only wanted to know about the ancient tree of life. Of course I know. The giant ape nodded in a simple and honest manner. How do you know everything? Chapter 14:25. The giant ape was very innocent. He had a sincere look on his face as he scratched his head and said, Everyone in the world knows about this. What's wrong with that? This answer left everyone speechless. Could it be that the 9-layered coffin and the ancient tree of life were known to everyone during the mythological era? This caused them to be dumbfounded. Where is the ancient tree of life? Longma urged, wishing to immediately know the whereabouts of this ancient tree. There are just too many people that descended, the great sage, the various young supreme beings. Which one of them was easy to deal with? It's not far from here. Go straight ahead, and you'll reach it in the backyard of the gods. The giant ape replied. The backyard of the gods? What kind of place is that? Pang Bo asked seriously. It can also be considered the residence of deities, can be considered a part of a mortal domain. However, deities normally wouldn't descend, rarely going there. The giant ape pointed forward, telling everyone that they could reach that place from 10,000 li away. This distance was really nothing to the crowd. Once one's cultivation reached the saint realm, they would be able to turn the horizon into a short distance. With a single step, the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains would all move together. Immortal domain, the rear courtyard of deities, a place they normally didn't reside in, yet there was an ancient life tree growing there. When all of this was linked together, for outsiders, it was enough to shock them. Everyone revealed strange expressions. Before coming here, everyone thought that it would be extremely difficult, that the other side of the divine would definitely be full of danger, that they might have to fight bloody battles until corpses piled up in the mountains. Who would have thought that a mere giant ape would reveal everything they wanted to know so effortlessly? Llama and the golden lion interrogated seriously. After understanding enough of the situation, they couldn't wait to immediately take action. They were only 10,000 li away, but they could hurry over immediately. Yi Fan had a strange look on his face as he opened his heaven eye and stared at the giant ape. It was indeed a creature from the dragon transformation secret realm, and not some living antique. The mountains and rivers flew in reverse, and the great rivers went far away. The group of them tore through the sky like an extremely shocking rainbow, and in a short while, they arrived 5,000 kilometers away. When they arrived here, everyone's minds trembled. This place was extremely mysterious. Chaotic mist surged, separating everything in front of them, as if it was a world of its own. It was clear that this place was extraordinary. As soon as they approached, their hearts jumped. The mountains and rivers in the mist were all engraved with great Tao symbols, making one feel reverence. That giant ape didn't lie. It's actually true. This is definitely a secret place. The 12 saints had experienced many storms and waves over the years, and could tell at a glance that this place had an extraordinary layout that was rarely seen in thousands of years. The mountain peak was like a forest of divine statues that had existed since ancient times. The mountain range was like a horned dragon, traversing from east to west. The precipice was like a golden rock spreading its wings, soaring straight up into the sea of clouds. The hills were like the black tortoise lying dormant, stable, and heavy. That's right. I've seen that giant ape's consciousness before, and it didn't lie, Lama said. Even though this was a little unreasonable, it was better to be careful since they had just arrived here. Is this really the backyard of the gods, a part of the immortal realms? This is simply too unbelievable. After arriving at the other side of the gods, does that mean that one is about to become an immortal? Pangbo was filled with bewilderment. There was no doubt that there was something particular about this place. Just standing on the outside was enough to make one's mind tremble, and they wished they could go in and examine the mysteries of creation. Something's not right, Yi Fan said. What's wrong? Is this place dangerous? Nine-tailed Crocoddragon asked. I can't tell at the moment. Yi Fan shook his head. In reality, this place was very much like an immortal's cave. It was truly too extraordinary. There were saints everywhere, and it was fascinating. What's wrong? Green One asked. There's something wrong with that giant ape. We'll go back and take a look. Yi Fan turned around and rushed 10,000 miles away. Everyone looked at each other and followed. However, the land was boundless, and there were towering trees and ancient forests. There was no sign of that giant ape at all. This is the footprint he left behind. It ends here, Yi Fan said. The giant ape that was 300 meters tall left huge and very deep footprints on the ground. When it reached this place, it suddenly stopped, as if it had mysteriously disappeared. I've clearly searched his sea of consciousness. How could there still be a problem? Llama was so angry that even the roots of his teeth were itching. Even my sky source, I almost lost its effect. This giant ape is really something. Yi Fan's eyes shot out cold lightning as he scanned the surroundings, searching for traces. Finally, he picked up a glittering golden monkey hair from a bush in the distance. It was not very long, much shorter than the giant ape's hair from before. Moreover, it was exceedingly brilliant. A monkey hair? What's going on? Pangbo asked. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, that giant ape just now was transformed from a monkey hair. It almost fooled all of us. There was a divine ape that was proficient in the Tao of transformation. Even if it wasn't unparalleled, it wouldn't be much. Why do I feel that it's a bit familiar? Green Wan's eyes were sharp. Yes, it seems familiar. Sky Scorpio Saint nodded solemnly. It's him. Pangbo shuddered. In the depths of ancient celestial beings' life spring, there was an ancient cave residence. Inside, there was a six-eared macaque that had passed away in a sitting posture. This kind of aura was similar, so it seemed to be him. It can't be. That old monkey's cultivation was great, but hundreds of thousands of years have passed. How could it have survived? The golden lion grew suspicious. I know, it's that little one. The black bear, Saint, gritted his teeth as endless resentment grew in his heart. One of his patriarchs was a great saint, and his powers were unparalleled. He encountered a mighty six-eared macaque moving house in the starry sky. He accidentally got in the way of the divine macaque and was slapped into a pile of mush. At that time, there was also a little monkey sitting on that peerless expert's shoulder. I think he might have survived. The black bear, Saint's expression was ugly. Everyone was stunned. The six-eared macaque had built his residence in ancient celestial beings' life spring. It could be said to be shocking, and there was no need to doubt his strength. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to find the source of God and seal his descendants into this world. The ancient celestial beings' sea of bitterness built a divine bridge that led to the other shore. It could be said that this place was very close. If the divine bridge appeared, he would only need to take one step to come over. Legend has it that the six-eared macaque is one of the strongest bloodlines in the universe. It can perceive and understand all things. Especially, it can listen to the sounds of the world and learn all kinds of techniques. It is unpredictable, and no one can see through its transformation. The nine-tailed crocodile dragon said solemnly. It then stopped talking and looked around as if it was afraid of being heard by the divine monkey. Everyone said that the six-eared macaque is extinct, and the world lost one of the most terrifying physiques. Who would have thought that he still has another bloodline on the other side of the gods? Everyone had a bad premonition. This monkey's abilities were heaven-defying, and if it targeted them, it would definitely be a bitter battle. Just using a strand of monkey hair to transform, it almost deceived all of them. This kind of method was not something an ordinary expert could use. Yifan's expression was calm as he said, "No matter. If it was truly unrivaled, it would have made its move against us a long time ago." Although this was what they said, the 12 saints did not dare to let down their guard. This was because this bloodline was too powerful, and they had no choice but to be on guard. The black bear saint, in particular, had an ashen expression. This was an enemy of his race. Yifan and the others searched everywhere, but to no avail. Since the six-eared macaque's monkey hair was in this world, then its true body might be here as well. They might be able to encounter it in the future. Damned monkey, how ruthless. It wants to lure us in and destroy our bodies and souls. Lama clenched his teeth. They found out from the mouths of other creatures that the mountains and rivers were indeed related to the ancient deities. However, it was definitely not some backyard, but a forbidden area that had existed since ancient times. The current deities might not even be able to enter, and for others, there was no way they could leave. They would undoubtedly die, because that was a killing formation laid down by the ancient emperors. It was still there even now, and it hadn't been completely destroyed. Good monkey, we'll settle this debt with you in the future. Pangbo also spoke. There was something extraordinary about the mountains. Every 10 steps, a scenery. Every 5 steps, a divine talisman, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. However, the killing formation of the ancient emperors was arranged here, and even deities would die if they entered. After making a detour around this ancient land, they entered the true, boundless land where heroes fought for supremacy. They saw several enormous ancient cities in succession, and every single one of them was overseen by an unrivaled expert. Longlife's hometown isn't called the immortal domain, but the divine domain. It is the dwelling place of the deities. This was the true and accurate information they obtained after arriving in this world. That giant ape's words were wrong, but it wasn't all false either. It was enough to change the immortal domain to the divine domain. One of the human race's Tao protectors died, and two of the other race's great sage died as well. What is going on? They obtained a shocking piece of news. On top of a grand city wall, there was a notice that had 3 bloody heads hanging on it. They were sinners who tried to blaspheme the deities, and they were being suppressed as a warning to others. It had only been a single night since they descended into this world, yet 3 great sage died. This left everyone shocked. Yi Fan and the others all shivered inwardly. This world was terrifying after all. This was the 5th enormous city they passed by. The city walls were tall and large, as if they were cast from black molten iron. Dark light shone coldly, flickering with a cold metallic luster. 3 bloody heads were placed in bamboo cages and hung on the imposing city gates. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan and the others entered the city and saw all kinds of races they had never heard of before. Some had bird bodies and wolf heads. Some were just lumps of light without a fixed form, and some only had a large head without arms or a body. The races came in all shapes and sizes, all different from one another. There were even quite a few magical artifacts. It was as if a divine blade was walking in the city. It had a pair of legs and hands, and its body was a blade. Meanwhile, there was another ancient pagoda swaying about, flying in the city. Lama almost took action to loot these weapons. However, he was stopped by Yi Fan, who strictly warned him not to act recklessly. These were all the races of this world, and quite a few of them were cultivated by the different races. The holy weapons were intelligent, and they became different races. It was legal here, and they could move about freely without anyone interfering. It was rumored that quite a few of them came out from the caves of famous mountains and great rivers. So strange. Just what kind of place is this? The 12 saints were bewildered. Fortunately, they also saw quite a few humanoid creatures. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others couldn't be considered different races, so they didn't attract too much attention. Some of these humanoid creatures were humans, while others were transformed from other terrifying creatures. All of them were very strong. These enormous cities have existed since ancient times, and it is said that they are all protecting the dwelling places of the gods. They investigated this information. Behind a majestic city was close to the divine domain. The human Tao protector and the 2 foreign races' great sage were all killed while exploring the divine domain. That was why their heads were hung on the city walls as a warning. Great sage, he was killed just like that. Could it be a true god? These news made them feel very uneasy. Yi Fan and the others passed through the city and didn't act blindly without thinking. They asked around and found out that there were a total of 8 similar giant cities around the so-called divine domain, guarding 8 directions. They asked many creatures, but they still couldn't figure out what the so-called gods were because no one could really explain it clearly. The divine domain wasn't shaken. They took the risk to inquire about the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era, which once again proved that some of the giant apes' words were indeed known by most people. However, it wasn't in the immortal domain, but in a dangerous land. They crossed heaven and earth, and they didn't know how many millions of li they had crossed. They arrived at an ancient land that had existed since the legendary era and gazed into the depths. It's just a stone coffin, but it's actually lying in the depths of this dangerous land. Is this a great omen? Everyone stood in the sky and gazed into the distant dangerous land. Miasma pervaded the air, and the ancient forest was extremely quiet. It was deathly silent. In the midst of a huge mountain, there was an incomparably tall stone coffin. It was like a stone mountain lying across the land, emitting a simple and ancient aura. This was a coffin that descended from the outer realms. For decades, no one dared to enter because there were too many terrifying legends left behind in this dangerous land. Approaching it would mean certain death. This is really the ancient coffin of the Void Emperor, but how did it become so huge? Yi Fan was bewildered. Chapter 1426. Miasma pervaded the air, and ancient vines and giant trees covered the entire mountain region. It was a scene of desolation. However, it was extremely quiet, and not a single sound could be heard. It was incomparably desolate. A giant coffin lay in disarray, exuding an ancient aura. Its entire body was made of stone, yet there wasn't the slightest crack. It was 1,000 zhang tall, taller than many of the surrounding mountain peaks. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was a coffin. It was clearly a stone ridge without a single blade of grass growing on it. There was an innate aura of the great Tao that made people feel reverence. The Void Emperor who suppressed the darkness chaos and fought against the 7 great restricted regions is buried inside. Pangbo said in a low voice. The coffin of an ancient emperor is extraordinary after all. Just standing here gives us a strange feeling. The 12 saints also sighed. There was no pressure or aura that made people tremble. That coffin was so huge, yet there were no terrifying fluctuations seeping out. There was only a type of unordinary feeling. They didn't rush in recklessly after coming here. It wasn't only because this ancient coffin was mysterious, but more importantly, this place was a danger zone. There was no way out once one entered. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others cultivated the heavenly eye. They stood in the distance and could see 1,000 li, but they still couldn't see through the things in the depths of the mist. It was as if there was a layer of muslin separating them. Even the heavenly eye that was different from the others was blocked, unable to see through it. There was an ancient killing intent unknown to others there, and they couldn't break through it even now. If the G siblings are really inside, then things aren't good. This place is so sinister. We can't let anything happen to them. Pangbo said. Yi Fan said, as long as they don't leave the ancient coffin, no matter how terrifying the danger zone is, it won't be a problem. This was a fact. Even though the ancient emperors had died, they weren't people the later generations could blaspheme. The corpses they left behind possessed unfathomable power. The so-called danger zone was a place where even saints would fall if they entered. It was a burial ground that had existed since the ancient times. Even though there were ancient trees and medicine kings here, there weren't any spiritual beasts roaming about. Something isn't right. Look at the purple mist rising from this mountain peak during the day. It's clearly an auspicious sign. Why is it called a danger zone? Lama was puzzled. Let me have a look. Yi Fan told everyone to step back. His entire body flowed with treasure light as he used his Genesis technique. A large number of runes appeared under his feet as he surveyed the surrounding mountains and rivers. Something's wrong. Retreat quickly. Yi Fan was shocked. In the instant that they escaped, a mysterious power spread over. It was divine and pure, almost like the power of deities. It flowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. It wasn't killing intent. Instead, it was as if the immortal gate was opened wide to welcome an esteemed guest into the mountain. It was extremely strange. It's different from what the natives said. It's clearly a pure land. Why is it called a land of death? The 12 saints looked at each other. They did not sense any killing intent. Yi Fan was also frowning. He stared at the mountains and rivers again and again, still having everyone wait outside. He was the only one who walked forward alone. A quarter of an hour later, boundless power appeared again. The mountains and valleys were all resonating, releasing auspicious light. Every single mountain peak was like a supreme treasure. Rumbling sounds rang through the air, auspicious energy rushing into the heavens. Innate divine essence surged like water. All the mountains were shaking. It was incomparably divine. Multicolored light danced in the sky. It was completely different from the legends. Why is it like this? The natives are lying to us. Impossible. Could it be that everyone we meet is lying? In the outside world, Pang Bo and the 12 saints couldn't believe it. Yi Fan stopped. He was puzzled, but he became even more vigilant. He stood outside the dangerous land and transmitted his voice into the stone coffin. Brother Ziyue, Brother Haoyue, are you guys there? His voice was like heavenly thunder, causing the space around him to tremble. It traveled for thousands of kilometers, resonating with the entire mountain, and his words reverberated endlessly in the air. The auspicious light became even more brilliant. It was as if an immortal cave had opened, waiting for the fated person to enter and obtain their own fortune. Yi Fan decisively retreated. Although the auspicious light was blowing against his face, he still felt that something was wrong. It was an indescribable feeling. Kacha! All the great mountains cracked. Tens of thousands of mountains rumbled and cracked. Many cracks appeared on every mountain, and there was actually a bright red liquid inside. Blood, it's scarlet blood. Yi Fan and the others were astonished. How much blood was there in so many mountains? How were they formed? It made them suspicious. These mountains are all alive. They are all moving. The Black Bear Saint said in a low voice. These mountains moved like snakes and dragons. Even though they cracked and blood appeared, it was still like this. It made people feel extremely strange. Could these really be living creatures? Look, there are enormous white bones inside the mountains. They are like the bones of mountains, and they are stained with blood. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What was this? Why was it so special? The mountains that could climb were like dragons and snakes. The surface of their bodies was cracked, and the insides were filled with blood. There were also enormous bones that supported the mountains. Every single bone was extremely large. The largest was several hundred zhang, or even over 1,000 zhang, while the smallest was not even the size of a palm. They possessed a strange luster of life. The mountains were alive. What kind of creatures were these? Could it be that the reason this place was called a dangerous place was because they devoured the creatures that entered this place? Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted over. It made one's body feel light and healthy, as if they were about to float up. A fragrance that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind, possessed a special type of magical power that made one feel intoxicated. All of the mountains were trembling. Brilliant light erupted from the cracks, and drops of mysterious liquid flowed out from the blood and bones. They were sparkling and translucent. They slid down from the mountains and fell to the foot of the mountains, forming small, sparkling, and translucent puddles. Quite a few of them were even connected together. Needless to say, everyone knew that this was an extraordinary divine liquid. However, the process of its birth was unimaginable. It left everyone astonished and puzzled. Collect! Lama released a low roar. He activated a magical artifact and sent it into the 10,000 mountains to collect this mysterious drop of liquid. However, the magical artifact was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to return. It directly fell onto the mountain and then disintegrated. It was devoured by the auspicious light and collected into the mountain. It's using my magical artifact as nourishment. What exactly is this thing? Could it be that there really are creatures like the earth dragon in this world? Within the mountains, all types of flowing light danced about. That sparkling and translucent liquid was extremely rare. It didn't seep into the sand or the cracks between the rocks. All of it gathered at the base of the mountain, so it was only a small puddle. As for that enormous stone coffin, it was still lying in disarray without any changes. Someone is coming. The Green Phoenix Saint said. In the distance, several dozen figures flew over. All of them had divine rings around their bodies. There were men and women among them. Some were valiant and intimidating. Some were divine and auspicious, and some were as beautiful as flowers. Most of them were humanoid creatures. However, some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others had a 3rd eye. Every single one of them was extraordinary, making others feel restraining fear. It seems like the divine demonic liquid is about to be formed. It only surges once every 10,000 years. This is a rare opportunity, so we cannot afford to miss it. These people were all very powerful, but they didn't dare to enter the danger zone. They all quietly watched from the outside and didn't discover Yi Fan and the others who had already hidden themselves. Look, the divine demonic liquid has already begun to form. After a period of time, some of the precious liquid will precipitate. This is a very important matter, so everyone must come and patrol frequently. We cannot afford to make any mistakes, a man said in a deep voice. Yi Fan and the others nodded inwardly as they listened. This was indeed a strange place. There was actually divine demonic liquid here. It was extremely difficult for powerful people to obtain it. You and I are all following orders. If something goes wrong, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. The gods will blame us, so we must be careful. The more Pang Bo and the others listened, the more astonished they became. Some divine demonic liquid would appear every 10,000 years, and these people belonged to some great power. They were in charge of collecting the precious liquid here. Sir, why does the divine demonic liquid appear here? How exactly is it formed? Isn't this a danger zone? Can we enter? Clearly, there were new members among them who were full of curiosity about this place. They earnestly asked for guidance and guidance. This is the battlefield of deities. Their blood and bones are buried here. Now, apart from our deities, no one can enter. Their bodies and souls will be wiped out at every turn. A handsome man warned. His strength was astonishing. He was a lower-level Saint King with 3 heads and 6 arms. His black hair was thick, and he had a type of fierce aura. This was the blood and bones of deities. They were buried here, forming a life danger zone. The flesh and blood contained immortal essence, which would move the hearts of later generations. For some reason, it seemed to have turned into an immortal cellar in the end. It also seemed to have turned into a special life form. The flesh and bones of deities automatically produced divine demonic liquid, and it would surge out once every 10,000 years. These people come from the divine domain. Through their conversation, Yi Fan and the others quickly understood some of the situation. Sir, the giant coffin that fell from the sky several decades ago landed in this danger zone. Is there any explanation for this? Even now, no one knows, someone asked. Right? What exactly is going on? The ancient coffin fell from the sky. Back then, someone saw from afar that there were several creatures on the coffin. This is simply unimaginable. I wonder if they are still in this danger zone. There are some matters that involve too many things, too deep. It isn't something you can ask about. It's best if you don't do so. That great one said coldly. In the end, he still said this in a low voice. That is a 9-layered ancient coffin from the legendary era. It might be a deity's elder. That is why there is no need to discuss it. In the dark, Pang Bo and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9-layered coffin from the legendary era buried in the 9 heavens. The deities within. Could it be that it originated from here? Yi Fan speculated that the Void Emperor only obtained the 9-layered coffin from the cosmos. As for who the true owner was, there was no way of knowing. Now, it seemed like they were going to find the true owner. It seems like Purple Moon and Hao Yue might still be in the depths of the danger zone, not coming out all this time. I wonder how they are after all these years. Yi Fan said to himself. Right at this time, a rumbling noise sounded from the distant sky. A bronze war chariot streaked across the heavens, crushing the heavens as it rushed here, releasing undying radiance. The divine domain's decree has arrived. The people who arrived earlier cried out in alarm. The divine decree has arrived. Recently, the deity has sensed that the creatures from beyond this region have arrived and will disturb the peace of all sides. As a result, the decree has been passed down. All clans are to kill the evil creatures from beyond this region and protect the other shore. A figure stood on top of the bronze war chariot, hazy and indistinct. He passed down the decree, having the heroes of the world fight against the demons from beyond this region and wipe out the invaders. In the dark, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were all shaken. Things are going to be troublesome. There will be a rain of blood and foul winds in this world. All of the great sage, young supreme beings, and the others who descend to the other shore will be in trouble. That existence in the divine domain is going to unleash a massacre. Longma said in alarm. Chapter 14:27. The bronze chariot rumbled and went far away. It continued to pass down the decree of the gods to the rest of the world, demanding the extermination of the foreign invaders. We're in big trouble. Someone will most likely suffer a calamity. Fortunately, we heard it here, or else we would have been caught unprepared, Pang Bo said. He was afraid to go out now. There's a great fortune here. Should we take it or not? Longma didn't care about anything else. He stared at the sparkling puddles in this dangerous land. This was the battlefield of the gods in the past. It was born in the age of legends. Every 10,000 years, some demonic liquid would be produced. This was something that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. Even the rulers of the divine realm cared about it and used it to prolong their lives. It hasn't ripened yet, but it looks like it'll be difficult to take it. There are many masters here. If we're not careful, we'll alert the divine realm. If we provoke that ruler, we'll be in big trouble, the nine-tailed crocodile said. The mountain wind blew past. The forbidden land was covered in leaves, the forest swayed, and the fissured mountain peaks slithered like snakes. Only a giant stone coffin lay there, unmoving. It was autumn on the other side. It was colder than anyone could imagine. There was a cold chill that swept through the entire land. In less than a day, the decree of the gods shook the world. The masters of all races went out to search for the demons from the outer realm. They launched a shocking massacre. In this battle, the Earth Corpse, the great demonic god, the sky-devouring beast, Sangu, the Shunlan, and the gold-devouring beast became famous. They soared across the sky like comets and rose to the other side. The three Langjuns of the Golden Snake race fought against the divine sons of the divine realm. They also created storm. Blood splashed everywhere on this ancient planet. Fierce battles broke out from time to time. The natives had a special method to distinguish between the two. The people of the other side all had a special brand. This was because all races worshipped the gods and worshipped the divine realm. They would have a divine brand on their bodies. Once they used their power, they would emit a brilliant holy light. The power of faith. The ruler of the divine realm is collecting the pure power of faith. Do they really want to live forever? There were a few masters in history who did this. They were all great figures. The undying heavenly emperor and the Amitabha Buddha were both experts in this field. The former was worshipped by tens of thousands of races, while the latter established a religion with believers all over the world, providing him with a massive amount of pure psyche power. I must find out what kind of existence the god's domain's ruler is, Yi Fan muttered to himself. They hid outside this dangerous place, calmly watching the process of the demonic god liquid's formation. It truly was a bit outrageous. Those mountain ridges seemed to have life, crawling about like earth dragons. Today, they cracked apart, releasing the precious liquid. However, they also understood from the discussions of the people guarding outside that this was far from enough. They needed a period of precipitation before the divine demonic liquid could be considered to be truly mature. They did not know that this process could take years or even decades. When the time came, the deity would personally come to drink, and these people were only responsible for watching over it. Yi Fan and the others didn't know the exact time, so they meditated outside the mountain. They sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and looked into the distance every day, but they never saw the divine demonic liquid succeed. There really were quite a few puddles of water, sparkling and translucent. Unfortunately, from those people's discussions, it was still going to continue. They most likely wouldn't be able to wait that long. The outside world was already in complete chaos. The great sage and young supreme beings that came from outer space, which one of them was easy to deal with. Even though most of them went into hiding, they would stir up a great disturbance from time to time. This was a storm, a great storm that engulfed the entire ancient star. However, something happened that made many young supreme beings shiver inwardly, making the great sage's hearts tremble. A streak of divine light flew out from the god domain, terrifying to the heavens, killing a foreign great sage, body and spirit erased. No one saw clearly what kind of weapon that was. Some said that it was the incarnation of a deity that came out to kill demons and eliminate devils, to suppress all sides, to return peace to the other shore. There were others who said that it was a quasi-emperor artifact, able to wipe out all opponents. Even if the enemy was a great sage, it still wasn't enough, only able to fall. There were even more who said that it was a true great emperor artifact. After reviving, it crossed hundreds of thousands of li, killing the foreign great sage. It was like a soaring dragon or leaping tiger, fierce and powerful. That day, the outsiders who were guarding the danger spot cried out in alarm, all of them turning pale with fright, pointing towards the forbidden region's depths, speechless. They saw that the puddles and the divine demonic liquid all flowed towards the mountain range depths. Even if it was uphill, even if there were mountain ridges in the way, it could still flow through. There are creatures in the forbidden region, using methods to attract the divine liquid. It is in the legendary era's 9-layered coffins direction. These people cried out, but there was no way to stop it. No one dared enter. It was rumored that only deities could enter, but ever since that giant coffin descended from the heavens, the rulers of the divine domain didn't set foot here. Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved, secretly transmitting sound, turning in a strand after strand of Tao ripples, blasting towards the danger spot. Unfortunately, they didn't receive a reply. The peaks rose up, on them a few symbols that could erase the power of the outside world. This really is a natural dam, intercepting and filtering everything. All those who enter will be killed without exception. Yi Fan released a long sigh. Were they the Ji family siblings? Someone was guiding the divine demonic liquid, clearly seizing food from the tiger's mouth, seizing it from the hands of a deity. There would definitely be great trouble in the future. You all protect me. I want to see exactly what is going on. Yi Fan said. He chose a place and soared into the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged in the void. He opened his heavenly eye, gazing towards the mountain range in the depths of the mist. Hong Long Long. The mountains and ravines all cried out. When the 2 streaks of golden light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes, they broke through the limit, entering the true forbidden region. Many mountain ranges began to shake, as if dignified divine statues were reviving one after another. Ancient symbols appeared on the mountains one after another, and then they crushed down on these 2 streaks of light. Yi Fan's eyes were in intense pain, and then he was overwhelmed with shock. These were great Tao after great Tao, simply unimaginable, all of them possessing a type of supreme dignity. The Tao of deities, he immediately understood. Every mountain peak was the burial ground of deities. The most miserable battle had taken place here during the legendary era, and it was rumored that even the ancient celestial being had participated in it. With so many divine remains piled up, just how terrifying of a reality was this? Each symbol represented a type of deity, and with so many flickering at the same time, anyone who came would have to bear a grudge. Yi Fan naturally felt the boundless pressure, one that was difficult to endure. A strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto his clothes. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were all shocked. They hurriedly stopped him, telling him not to force himself. Are you all right? It wasn't the Tao of deities that injured me, but rather the great Tao injury from before. It truly is a bit troublesome, and I will always be affected a bit. Yi Fan frowned. The Tao injury within his body wasn't that serious, and it wouldn't affect his battle against others. However, it still couldn't heal, and from time to time, he would spit out a mouthful of golden blood. This type of injury wasn't too big of a problem, but it was neither good nor bad, giving others a headache. In the long run, wouldn't the human race's divine body become a sick body? Even if it didn't affect his battle prowess, coughing out golden blood from time to time would make him look sick. Rather than calling this a dangerous place, it would be better to call it a treasure trove. The peaks stand side by side, and each of them condenses an ancient symbol. That is the embodiment of their Tao. If I can comprehend all of them, it would mean that I have comprehended the gods. Yi Fan stared at the giant coffin, and then at the vast and mysterious misty area behind it. His eyes revealed a strange glint. Were the Ji siblings there? He had Pang Bo, Longma, and the others open their unique heaven's eye. He was somewhat excited. Could it be that the siblings were really going to appear soon? The light shot out from his eyes became even more resplendent, as if 2 heavenly swords had split open the void. Gradually, he saw the scene on the other side of the stone coffin. The lake there was clear, and the mist was colorful. The fragrance of ancient medicine wafted in the air, and the clear spring gurgled. There was also an ancient cave overflowing with dense, multicolored light. It was simply a Tao field for true immortals. What was missing were birds and beasts. It was too quiet, and there was no movement. It was precisely because of this that this lush and brilliant divine land seemed to lack a bit of vitality. Boom! Tens of thousands of mountains swayed, and the Tao of the gods appeared once again. An ancient symbol appeared on every mountain peak, obliterating the golden light from Yifan's eyes. Moreover, a terrifying and overflowing power was reflected back, causing the Tao of the heavens to resonate. With a droning sound, Yifan's body shook violently. Drops of blood dripped from his eyes, and his eyeballs almost shattered. This kind of backlash was abnormally terrifying. However, he didn't give up. He circulated the secret character to recover his injured body, and the light in his eyes became even more vigorous. He had to find out whether the G siblings were there or not. If they were, then the two of them might have a great fortune. If they weren't, then they would most likely be in danger. This time, Yifan's entire body shone. Not only were his eyes terrifying, but there was even a small golden figure sitting cross-legged on his immortal platform. It was chanting sutras and gazing into the distance. Tens of thousands of mountains resonated. Symbols blocked his line of sight one after another. Even the light from his eyes made his body tremble. One could well imagine what kind of danger he would face if his true body encountered this place. It was worthy of being called an ancient restricted region. This time, he broke through the limit. His gaze penetrated even deeper, and he actually saw a creature. Its entire body seemed to be cast from gold. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if it was a golden immortal phoenix. Its speed was comparable to lightning, drawing out brilliant radiance. This was a divine bird that was too resplendent and incomparably beautiful. It truly was as if a phoenix from the immortal realm descended into this world. Its bright and beautiful plume feathers drew out dazzling radiance. This was a figure that Yifan hurriedly captured. There was a creature in the depths of the restricted region, moreover an extremely powerful one. In that instant, his expression became stupefied. He saw another familiar figure, graceful and beautiful. She was currently running happily, and then with a schwa sound, she was full of energy. The young lady gracefully landed on the back of the golden divine bird. They soared about together, as if they were dancing fairies. Ziyu, it really seems to be him. Yifan cried out softly. It was too far away. That figure's back was facing him, fine black hair dancing about, every strand sparkling. Her entire body was shining, making her seem extremely hazy. Moreover, it was only a flash, so he couldn't be sure. The main reason was that his eyes were almost splitting apart. Golden blood flowed out drop by drop. He was injured by the symbols of deities, blocking his line of sight. Don't try anymore, Pangbo advised sternly, fearing that he would injure his foundation and make his Tao injuries even more serious. No harm, I'll try again. Yifan tried to open his heavenly eye again, but this time, it was already completely empty. That person and bird rushed into the depths of the restricted region. You are saying that you can come and go as she pleases in a place of danger. Moreover, with a golden immortal phoenix-like existence protecting her? When Pangbo heard what he saw, he was shocked. Longma, the golden lion, the black bear saint, and the others were even more dumbfounded. This was the burial ground of all deities. Since ancient times, no one could survive inside, yet she could play around in there. Who are you people? A loud shout came from afar. Just now, Yifan's eyes shot out divine radiance, piercing through the void and gazing into the depths of the danger zone. The two golden beams of light alarmed the group of experts guarding this place. Pangbo, the Green Luan, and the Black Bear Saint were all ready for battle. Meanwhile, Yifan was happy and fearless. Just now, he hurriedly glanced over and saw Ji Ziyue in the distance. He was completely at ease. There was nothing to worry about, and he didn't fear battle. Chapter 1428. Who are you all, daring to intrude into the demonic god danger ground and covet the unmatched precious liquid? State your names. The one in the lead was a rather heroic-looking man with 3 heads and 6 arms. His black hair was thick and dense, giving off a powerful pressure. Figures moved about everywhere. Several dozen figures arrived in the blink of an eye, sealing off this place and blocking Yi Fan's group's path. Every single one of them had unkind expressions. This was a dangerous place that no one had dared approach for many years. It was a place unique to the divine realm, and there was a heaven-shocking secret, which was that it could produce demonic god liquid. After all these years, the outside world had no way of knowing about this. It had always been something exclusive to the divine realm's rulers, used to extend their lifespans. It was rumored that the natural law chains, great Tao fragments, and other things were comparable to undying medicines. This place was of utmost importance and couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. Once it was leaked out, everyone here would die. That was why everyone was extremely nervous, fearing that something unforeseen might happen. We just happened to pass by this place. We do not wish to have any conflict with you all. Pangbo walked up and said. His figure was tall and sturdy, his height reaching a zhang. His skin was wheat-colored, and there was a type of bright luster to it. His black hair was thick, and his eyes were spirited. Just this type of majestic appearance made it so no one dared to look down on him. I clearly saw you all peeping in. 2 streaks of golden light shot into the Forbidden Land's depths. Speak, what did you all see? A woman that looked to be around 50 years of age walked out from behind the 3-headed, 6-armed man. She was extremely domineering as she looked down at these people. If one said she was an old woman, her hair could still be considered jet black. If one said she was still attractive, there were clearly wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. The golden hairpin in her hair trembled, flickering with sparkling radiance. There was a type of disgust on her face. The tips of her brows jumped slightly, revealing an overbearing stance. I'm asking you something. Did you not hear me? Where did this evil woman come from? I'm clearly answering you all, yet you say that we were peeping in, forcing us. What are you trying to do? Pangbo said. As soon as the words evil old woman came out, the woman's eyebrows immediately stood up and her crow's feet stretched out. Her eyes were as cold as 2 bone-paring knives. She hated it when people called her old. She shouted, regardless of anything else, take them down first. Obviously, apart from a man with 3 heads and 6 arms, she was also considered a leader among these dozens of people and had a lot of authority. As soon as she finished speaking, more than 10 people rushed forward. Lama took the lead and said with an arrogant look, someone is acting all high and mighty, shouting to kill and beat us up. Well, have we ever been bullied like this? Brothers, let's go together and beat up that evil woman. That woman immediately became furious. This vicious horse was mocking her like this, and she couldn't bear it any longer. She shouted, kill him. More than 10 individuals immediately took action, rushing forward. Every one of them had profound magical force, their fighting prowess unordinary, making heaven and earth collapse. But the result was shocking. The 12 saints roared and pounced forward like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the group of people were swallowed whole, leaving behind a mist of blood, and the sound of bones being chewed could be heard. Gabung! Gabung! The 12 saints were rather brave. They opened their ferocious mouths and swallowed the dozen people as food. It was a little bloody. Where did these evildoers come from? The remaining people were shocked and retreated one after another. There were saints among these dozen people, but only a few. No matter how powerful the divine realm was, it was impossible to mass produce saints. This time, it was very important, so only a few dozen people were sent. Among them, there were 4 saint kings, 6 saints, and the rest were Tao severers. More than 10 people were swallowed in one gulp, including 3 saints. This kind of battle record might not be considered shocking in the divine realm, but such a bloody and clean way was still very threatening. It seems like you're here for the divine, demonic elixir. If I'm not wrong, you're demons from the outer realm. An old man came forward with a gloomy face. Don't randomly put labels on people. It's not up to you to decide who is a god and who is a demon, Pangbo said. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel in the direction of the divine realm and repent to the gods. Otherwise, none of you can think of living. A young woman stepped forward. She was petite and had a delicate baby face. She looked like she was in her teens, but her chest was extremely full and had a different kind of temptation. Of course, she didn't pretend to speak to these people. Her expression was cold and had a kind of contempt. There was not a trace of charm or charm. The four leaders were a man with 3 heads and 6 arms, an old woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, a gloomy old man, and a young girl with a childish face and full breasts. They were all at the Saint King realm and were very powerful. You're quite arrogant. You want us to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? You're not joking, right? You're still young and still wet behind the ears. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Pang Bo raised his head and strode forward, taking the initiative to press forward. Reckless things. You think you have some ability, but in front of the divine realm, you're nothing. All of you can die, the young girl with the childish face shouted coldly. She was even colder and more domineering than the old woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. She took the lead to attack. Kill! The gloomy old man also stepped forward and used the great tablet hand. His palm and fingers turned into a black stone tablet that let out a heavenly rumble as it slashed forward. The attack was fierce. This was an expert among the Saint Kings. The 4 experts moved together and pressed forward to carry out a fatal attack. Do you really think we're sick cats? I'll kill you all, Pang Bo shouted. At this moment, he didn't hide anything. The fluctuations of a Saint King spread out, and he was like a bronze giant with an overwhelming demonic aura. At the same time, Lama also released the might of a Saint King. It was rare for him to fight alone, and he charged forward alone. Boom! The two collided, and this place collapsed, giving off a horrifying sound. This is troublesome. These 4 people have cultivated for a long time and are all old monsters. Their cultivation levels are higher than ours, and they're not easy to deal with, Lama shouted. Of these 4 great sage human kings, some looked relatively young, but their true age was already very frightening. Naturally, their strength was terrifying. Boom! Yi Fan stepped forward, his entire body shining like a wandering deity. Cold electricity shot out from his eyes, but as he stepped forward, he coughed out a mouthful of golden blood. Aside from his Tao injuries, he was also injured from forcefully prying into the forbidden land of life. There were many gods and demons buried here, and every mountain peak manifested an ancient talisman to suppress and kill all intruders. A sickly person also wants to interfere, kneel and kowtow to the deity domain and ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll destroy your body and soul, the old man shouted. The deity domain is too tyrannical and insolent. Are you really that arrogant? Let's see. Yi Fan sneered. Although golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, his combat prowess wasn't affected. He punched out, and the world lost color. The vast golden blood chi shattered the world. This result shocked the 4 people. They dodged and didn't clash head-on. Clearly, they were very cautious and not reckless people. Retreat! The young girl with a youthful face and a busted chest shouted. She instantly stood more than 10 kilometers away. The 4 experts stood side by side, looking coldly at Yi Fan and the others. Your strength has exceeded our expectations, the 3-headed, 6-armed man said coldly. Then, he patted his forehead, and a divine and resplendent beam of light rushed out from the crown of his head. You all don't know the difference between life and death, so you can't blame others. Only death can atone for your crimes against the deity domain. The young girl sneered. Her petite and exquisite body shone, and a beam of light also rushed out from the crown of her head. It was auspicious and grand, as if a deity had descended. At the same time, the wrinkled old woman and the old man were also like this. It was as if a deity had rushed out from the crown of their heads, dazzling and resplendent. What is this? Longma and the other 12 saints were puzzled. Blasphemers die, the 4 people shouted loudly. The 4 beams of light that rushed out from the crown of their heads merged into one, unexpectedly turning into a humanoid creature. It was as if it was cast from starlight, divine and resplendent. This was a terrifying figure that emitted a powerful fluctuation. Moreover, There was an indistinct will that swept through the entire place. It released a voice that resounded between heaven and earth. Who dares offend my might? This voice was extremely vast, causing the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains to tremble. It was as if a deity had truly descended into the world. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others' expressions changed. This was a formidable existence that they couldn't face head-on. Hurry and leave, Pang Bo shouted. This humanoid creature was completely formed from light. It was extremely powerful and boundlessly terrifying. Even though its will was indistinct, this body was too frightening. You still want to leave after offending a deity? All of you, kneel down and receive your death. The young girl, old woman, three-headed and six-armed man, and the old man shouted together. What is this thing? Why did it rush out from the crown of their heads? Longma and the others were puzzled, their hearts full of doubt. Could it be a ruler of the deity domain? But how did it live in their heads and permanently reside in their hearts? Pang Bo was also puzzled. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment. The humanoid creature behind them was too powerful, and the fluctuations it released were suffocating. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Everywhere it passed, mountains and rivers turned to ashes, and the sun and moon dimmed. This was just like a true deity descending into the world. Long, an enormous palm of light slammed down, smashing 1,000 li into a deep abyss. It was pitch black and bottomless, almost pressing the group of people down below. Hurry and leave. Don't waste any more time. Use the attainment technique or open the realm gate. We can't fight against this monster, Lama shouted. They finally understood why the four great sage human kings were so overbearing. As expected, they had something to rely on. They truly had no fear being able to summon this kind of humanoid monster. It was simply impossible to face it head-on. It was born in their hearts, as if it was summoned. They call it a deity, Yi Fan said to himself. He sensed an extremely familiar aura from the humanoid creature's body. He knew what it was. The power of faith. This was an undying body forged from boundless willpower. From a certain perspective, it was an extremely powerful incarnation. Perhaps it couldn't be called an incarnation and could only be called a strand. This was because the power of faith wasn't vast, and the will that entered it was also rather indistinct. This should be an indistinct incarnation bestowed upon them by the ruler of the divine realm. It had the power to fight, but it couldn't be considered flawless. It definitely couldn't be compared to the light figure that killed the great sage not long ago. If you don't hand over your head, when will you be captured? The four great sage coldly said from behind and chased after them. Don't worry, I'll break this incarnation of faith. Yi Fan suddenly stopped. The source energy of all things rushed out from his forehead, and strands of silk hung down. At this moment, the radiance flourished, and a vast amount of power of faith flowed out from the mouth of the cauldron. This was the power of faith obtained for him when he established the celestial court on earth. His in-name disciple, the little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang, carried his cauldron around the world and obtained it for him. After so many years, the power of faith in the cauldron became increasingly profound and turned into a vast ocean. It was close to connecting with the gods, and it almost turned into a cocoon and gave birth to a deity. One could imagine that on the other side of the starry sky, the great sect of the celestial court must be very prosperous. Strands of power of faith crossed space, disregarding distance, and arrived in his cauldron. Countless people were chanting the name of Celestial Emperor Yi Fan. Now, he took out the cauldron and smashed it directly at that deity. This deity only had a vague will and couldn't be considered a complete life form. He didn't think much and directly raised his fist to smash the cauldron. Obviously, this was a disaster. Different faiths gathered different powers, and they were highly toxic to each other. It was like fire and water couldn't tolerate each other. Boom! The power of faith surged out from Yi Fan's cauldron, but a lot of it evaporated in an instant. Essence energy overflowed in all directions, and there was a dense mist everywhere. There was multicolored light everywhere, and a great explosion occurred. However, The inside of the cauldron was like a vast ocean. The cauldron turned over, and the mouth of the cauldron faced downwards. It was as if hundreds of millions of resplendent galaxies were falling down, vast and boundless. This deity roared. His humanoid body became indistinct on the spot, and half of his body collapsed. There was no need to doubt his fighting strength, but he didn't have a true consciousness. It was extremely indistinct, and he was only a tool for killing. Moreover, different faiths didn't tolerate each other, so his destructive power was extremely great. It could be said that when dealing with a deity created from faith force, the most effective way was to use his Tao to resist. It was difficult to destroy him through other methods. It would be futile even if one exhausted their essence, energy, and divine force. Meanwhile, spiritual faith force was like a divine sort of punishment. It was the most suitable method to kill this type of artificially created deity. This humanoid creature roared loudly, shattering the great earth. His entire body became indistinct, and then it collapsed. This left the 4 great sage human kings in the back stupefied. Their bodies went ice cold. This was something that had never happened before. Someone actually destroyed a deity's incarnation. It made them shiver inwardly. Blasphemer, I will remember you. That indistinct will roared, full of unwillingness. His body collapsed, turning into tens of thousands of specks of light that scattered in all directions. He was created by all living beings, and Yi Fan also used the will of all living beings to destroy him. It was equivalent to colliding with the will of all living beings, erasing him completely on the spot. The 4 great sage human kings' expressions changed. They turned around and left. This person was too terrifying. Not only did he blaspheme a deity, but he also killed a deity. Even though this incarnation wasn't much to a true deity and was even relatively weak, it was still enough to shock them. Don't even think about leaving. Pang Bo was the first to rush back. Longma and the other 12 saints also began to surround and intercept them. How long? Yi Fan flipped the myriad chi cauldron, and a vast amount of power of faith surged. It was sparkling and translucent, returning into the cauldron and surging inside. There was also a primal chaos mist pervading the mouth of the cauldron, vast and immeasurable. Pooh! The great cauldron smashed down. That elder's expression changed. He couldn't evade in time, and his bones and tendons were broken on the spot. He was struck head-on, and his body split into pieces. Flesh splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist drifted about. He was a Saint King, and it was impossible for him to die from a single strike. He had all kinds of life-saving methods, so he reconstructed his body and continued to flee. Yi Fan arrived before him, and an intense battle unfolded. After more than 100 moves, he tore him apart. It had to be said that the elder was extremely powerful, but in the end, blood still splashed about, and he fell here. You can't do this. Blaspheming deities will be even more terrifying than death. Let me go. The child-faced young lady cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, Pang Bo remained unmoved. He ruthlessly destroyed a flower, personally cutting off her beautiful head and shattering her primordial spirit with a finger. The 3-headed, 6-armed man roared loudly. In the end, he was surrounded by Longma and a group of holy beasts. He was torn apart alive and devoured cleanly. You dare! The old woman cried out in alarm, but she still couldn't escape death. Pang Bo took action, and the Demon Emperor 9 slashes hacked down, hacking her into 2 halves. Blood splashed everywhere. Blasphemer die. On this day, a vast voice transmitted from the divine realm, shaking the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. It made all living beings in the outside world tremble. Not long after, the decree of a deity flew out. More than 10 people rushed out in all directions with the decree in their hands, announcing to the world that they were going to kill a young man named Yi Fan together. They even carved his portrait on the notice. On this day, the whole world was shaken, and the clamor reached the heavens. Chapter 1429. The other shore was in an uproar. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? The deity was furious, actually passing down this type of decree to specifically kill a single person. The entire world was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the ancestral lands of the great races, they were all indescribably shaken. If the deity was angry, there would definitely be millions of corpses. Blood would flow like rivers, and the entire mountains and rivers would be dyed red. Just what kind of person did this man, named Yi Fan, need to provoke such a great deity's anger? It truly was horrifying and incomprehensible. It was clear that this was a blasphemer, moreover an unforgivable and lawless great demon. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to make the deity so angry. In the era of the deity's rule, he had always been peaceful and noble, the embodiment of compassion and holiness. He wasn't angry, impatient, evil, or hateful, possessing a clear and forgiving heart. Today, everyone in this world was talking about the two words Yi Fan. To be hated by the deity, it seemed like he was definitely extraordinary. Not long after, some news spread out. They said that Yi Fan was a great demon from outside this region who destroyed the divine realm's foundation and disrespected the ruler. He was the greatest heresy that had appeared since the deity's rule. 20 to 30 years ago, there was a believer who went mad. He broke off a branch of the ancient life branch and escaped from the other shore. Rumor has it that he was tempted by this demon. Why did I hear that it was because he destroyed an indistinct incarnation of the deity? Could it be that this wasn't the case? How holy and pure is the deity? Who could destroy his incarnation unless another deity appeared? It was clear that there were other reasons. He brazenly blasphemed the deity and committed great evil. Not even the deity could forgive him. The entire world seemed to have exploded. This man, named Yi Fan, became the focal point of heated discussions, drawing attention from all directions. Many people from the ancient lands set out to search for him. In this world, blasphemers were rarely seen. Once they appeared, it would be difficult for them to escape death and turn into ashes. Is there really a deity in this world that commands the entire world? You actually became a wanted criminal. Lama clicked his tongue and put on a look of schadenfreude. Yi Fan gave it a slap and pushed its huge head to the side. They had already left that dangerous place. Because of the several shouts, their voices were cut off by one foam. The demonic elixir is quite considerable, comparable to the elixir of immortality. It actually flowed towards a huge stone coffin. I reckon that there will be a huge problem. I don't know what kind of trouble it will cause, said Yi Fan. Pangbo said, don't think about this for now. Now that you've become a heretic of this world, the divine realm has issued a decree for everyone in the world to kill you. Hurry up and think of a solution. This was a headache-inducing problem, and it was likely that it would be difficult for them to move forward in this world. No one would have thought that cutting off that faith incarnation would end up being seen through by God's main body. My Genesis technique is extraordinary. If I don't want to be exposed in this world, they can't do anything. Yi Fan wasn't worried. Pang Bo shook his head and said, haven't you heard? Once a blasphemer encounters a special envoy from the god's domain, his entire body will emit demonic chi, and he will be quickly recognized. Obviously, they can sense the enemy through the power of faith, causing them to emit a phenomenon. You've killed a god before, so you'll most likely give yourself away. It's fine as long as we don't meet the god envoy, or let the god envoy die and meet the demon king, said Yi Fan. He was confident that the Xing character formula was unparalleled in the world. Yi Fan saw the back of what seemed to be Ji Ziyue from afar. He wasn't worried anymore and felt that it was very safe there. Outsiders couldn't enter at all, and even God didn't venture too deep because of that ancient coffin. Let us thoroughly understand this world and understand the secrets of the other shore. They walked around the world and saw many local customs. Of course, they used great magic power to conceal their true appearances and used the heaven-deceiving formation to suppress their bodies. This was to prevent different imprints from appearing due to the different power of faith. A pure-blooded descendant of the primordial demonic god appeared. His name is Sang Gu, and he fought against the experts of the god's domain. He traversed hundreds of thousands of miles and left. An ascetic cultivator called Earth Corpse appeared in the burial grounds of the other shore. He swallowed corpse energy and cultivated an indestructible demonic body. His cultivation became stronger and stronger, and he was unfathomable. A goddess called Shenlan appeared, and it caused a commotion. She is suspected to be related to the primordial deities by blood. During these 2 days, all kinds of news came. Young supreme beings revealed their outstanding talents, and they shone brilliantly in this world, shaking this world. Of course, there were also young supreme beings who died, and even the great sage died. This made everyone who came from the outer realms feel gloomy, and they felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. Some hid, and some took action. They used different methods to survive in this world, and they searched for what they needed. Yi Fan and the others understood a lot in the following half a month. Fortunately, they didn't meet anyone from the god's domain, and they were all safe. On this day, another shocking piece of news came. Golden Snake's sire wiped out the celestial wolf race, cleansing them with blood. The entire cliff was dyed red with blood, and he created a boundless killing calamity. Now, all the races were moving out, and they were chasing after him. They're crazy, actually so cruel. Aren't they afraid of the wrath of the heavens? They kill without reason, and they have no principles. Pangbo was shocked when he received this news. In less than 10 days, the 3 sire of the Golden Snake race attacked crazily again, completely wiping out the Silverhorn race. There were more than 100,000 people in the race, and there was no lack of Saint Kings. Not a single one escaped this bloody calamity, and they were all massacred. In that place, there were mountains of corpses and lakes of blood. Gloomy mist enshrouded the place, and the clouds were gloomy and gloomy. It was unbearable to look at. Forget about the natives. Even Yi Fan, Pangbo, and the others were furious. This kind of senseless killing was truly bloody and cruel to the extreme. What exactly did these 3 snakes want to do? The god's domain hadn't even sent down a decree, yet the supreme experts of the various races had already taken action, chasing after them to eliminate this evil. However, the 3 Golden Snake race brothers didn't stop. Several days later, they committed the crime again, cleansing the fire leopard race in blood. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of people were able to escape. Their methods were so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. What are they doing here? They're risking universal condemnation, and they're so vicious and evil. Could it be that they're tired of living? Do they want to bring about their own destruction and force themselves into a hopeless situation? Pangbo was puzzled. This didn't seem like something a normal person would do. Yi Fan and the others set out, secretly watching the 3 sire of the Golden Snake race massacre the 3 great races. Yi Fan didn't hesitate to use the ancient observation technique of the Vedas, tracing back to the origin to investigate. He came to a conclusion that the 3 brothers of the Golden Snake race were cultivating a terrifying demonic technique, and they needed a large amount of blood from experts to break through. Flying Serpent's soul transformation, it must be this technique, said the Blue Phoenix Saint. He had heard of the heaven-defying inheritance of the Flying Serpent race. This kind of technique required the absorption of a large amount of blood and spirit. It was equivalent to using the embryonic fruit of countless creatures to complete oneself. According to legend, the Flying Serpent's soul transformation was a divine snake's metamorphosis, rebirth, and transformation into a serpent god. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. The true meaning was that this kind of metamorphosis would erupt in both quantity and quality at the same time. Once it was successful, it would be equivalent to being reborn. Ordinary snakes shed their skin, but the Golden Snake race shed their spirit power and spirit power. It could be called the transformation of the primordial spirit. It strengthened the primordial spirit, which in turn nourished the body, allowing it to advance by leaps and bounds. It had only been a month, and the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race were notorious. They were second only to Yi Fan, and countless people wanted to get rid of them. Yi Fan was stunned. He had only killed a god's incarnation, But the three Langjuns of the Golden Snake race massacred a few races, and yet they were still ranked below him. It was incomprehensible that he was the leader of the evil. The blasphemer's sins are grave. It involves the divine realm, and even if they aren't the most evil, they have to be ranked first, Pang Bo laughed. This was the information they obtained after a detailed investigation. Yi Fan's situation was even more dangerous than the Langjuns of the Golden Snake race. It would be fine if he was not discovered, but once he was, the whole world would kill him. They are insane. The three Golden Snakes massacred another race. More than 300,000 people were all killed. From the saints to the babies, they were all turned into a pool of blood. Everyone shouted. They wanted to kill the three Langjuns of the Golden Snake race immediately, but they had an ancestral instrument on them. The flying serpent formation could break through the heavens, and they could come and go as they pleased. Even the great sage could not trap them. On this day, the Knights of the Divine Hall were mobilized. This was an army of gods that had disappeared for thousands of years. They specialized in killing demons and were the strongest force dispatched by the divine realm. However, when the army of gods appeared, their first target was actually Yi Fan. They wanted to get rid of the number one evil first and kill him. Pang Bo was dumbfounded and said, "These three long worms killed people indiscriminately and caused endless bloodshed, but they were always ranked second. It's fine if their evil names spread far and wide, but they also elevated Yi Fan, the number one evil person, even higher. They did on purpose. The three snakes of the Golden Snake race are sinister and vicious," Longma said in shock. The dragon horse exclaimed in shock, voicing its own judgment. It felt that the three Golden Snake brothers might have started out to cultivate demonic techniques. Later, when they saw the extraordinary ranking of the blasphemers, they purposely made a bloody move to elevate Yi Fan, this evil person, even higher. The Black Bear Saints said, "You are overthinking it. Although these three Golden Snakes are vicious, they would not harm others without benefiting themselves. Doing this is also very dangerous for them." Longma was a conspiracy theorist who lived up to his name. He believed that the three Golden Snakes were vicious and could harm others while cultivating. They were cruel, ruthless, and hateful. The wind blew, and the leaves fell. In a mountainous region, there was a kind of autumn chilliness that made people feel cold. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others were intercepted. After more than a month of peace, this was the first time they encountered an enemy. Moreover, it was not a weakling, but an extremely powerful one. There was a tall and sturdy figure on a huge boulder. His hair was grayish-brown, and he emitted a terrifying aura. He was like a great sage who could devour the mountains and rivers. He actually has such an extraordinary aura among the Saint Kings. His understanding of the Tao has surpassed his realm. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat as he revealed a solemn expression. Suddenly, this person turned around. It was a tall old man, but his body did not lack vitality. It flickered with a bronze luster, and his tendons were like dragons and snakes. His grayish-brown hair and terrifying silver pupils showed that he was very old. He was a terrifying Saint King, and he was standing on the peak of the final glory of his life. Looking at the state of his vitality, he would begin to enter his old age in a few years, and he would go downhill. Strange. Such a terrifying Saint King seems to have an extraordinary comprehension of the Tao. Why has he stopped here and has not broken through to the great sage realm? Yi Fan did not understand, because this person was just too extraordinary. This old man was the same realm as Yi Fan, also a Saint King on the fifth heaven. His aura was like the ocean, unfathomable. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at Yi Fan's group. Four figures rushed over from afar. All of them had profound powers and powerful auras. Their vitality was like an ocean, extremely terrifying. These four people were all Saint Kings, and they were extremely powerful. Two of them were at the sixth heaven of Saint Kings, while the other two were at the seventh heaven of Saint Kings. Their realms were even higher than the gray-haired old man. However, they stood behind the old man with respect, taking him as their leader. They did not dare to take even half a step forward. The 5 experts had personally arrived. Among them, the gray-haired old man was extraordinary. He had an unfathomable aura that could suppress the world, and even those with higher realms than him felt reverence. This was the first army of the Divine Hall. Only 5 people had been dispatched, but because of this old man, they seemed to be able to wipe out all enemies. "You're the blasphemer, Yi Fan?" the old man asked. "Who are you?" Yi Fan asked back. "This is a Saint King rarely seen in our god realm since ancient times. He's the second in the universe," one of the Divine Hall Knights said. He had an unconcealable respect for the old man. "What do you mean?" Lama asked. "He's invincible in the Saint King realm, and he's only been defeated once in his life. That's why he's called the second in the universe," one of them said proudly. The old man stopped him and said, "He was defeated once when he was young, and he never improved again. He's just a cripple." Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Lama were all alarmed. This was definitely a terrifying person. No matter how they looked at it, his spiritual realm seemed to be very transcendent, far surpassing the Saint Kings they'd seen before. "First demon, since you've blasphemed the gods, don't blame us for being ruthless. In this battle, the weak will bleed and die with their heads cut off. The strong will sing proudly." The person who came was very straightforward. He didn't want to say anything else and was about to attack. However, Lama didn't want to do this. He said, "Have you all been brainwashed? There's no God. You've cultivated to such a level, and you still believe in such things? In your eyes, what is a true deity? Could it be that it is immortal and unbreakable, imperishable through 10,000 tribulations?" One of them shouted, "First demon, come and fight." Behind the old man, the 4 Divine Hall Knights stepped forward and were ready to attack. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been promoted from an extraterrestrial demon to the first demon. Even if the 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake race massacred a few major races, it wasn't as serious as the crime of blasphemy. The gray-brown-haired old man was a man of few words. He almost didn't speak at all. He was incomparably cold. His silver pupils flickered with cold light as he stared at Yi Fan. He was about to fight. A terrifying storm arose in the field. The old man hadn't even moved, but the space here was already distorted. Time seemed to have frozen. It was shocking. He was clearly on the 5th layer of the Saint King realm, but he had the temperament of a great sage. In the domain of enlightenment, he had reached a height that ordinary people couldn't reach. He was a peerless opponent. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. In today's world, ever since he comprehended the Tao, he was confident that he could be said to be unrivaled in the same realm. However, he didn't dare to be careless when facing this old man. This kind of aura was extremely dangerous. It was too terrifying. Boom! A great battle erupted. Yi Fan faced off against the gray magic old man. As expected, he had encountered a great enemy. This was clearly a person who was about to go into seclusion. However, at this moment, he was like a dragon or tiger leaping about, vigorous and powerful. The old man slapped out with his palm. The heavens collapsed and the earth split. The great Tao rumbled. He was exceptionally powerful. Yi Fan suspected that he had encountered an imperial prince. Otherwise, how could he be so astonishing? This was a rare opponent. Although they were at the same realm, there were times when his comprehension of the great sage's Tao was mixed in. This kind of attack made even Yi Fan's heart jump. It was too ferocious and tyrannical. Just who was this person? He was actually known as the second under the starry sky. On the other side, Pang Bo, Longma, and the other 12 saints encountered a great enemy. They were also trapped in the battlefield. Although there were 3 people on the other side, they were all saint kings of high realms. Their blood chi surged into the sky. Boom! It was another ordinary attack. It wasn't some rare ancient secret technique. The gray-haired old man only pushed out with his palm, but it was accompanied by the sound of the cry of heavenly Tao. It turned the rotten into the miraculous. It was shocking. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He began to doubt his identity more and more. This kind of person was really too powerful. At this realm, he displayed a portion of the great sage's Tao fruit and profound mysteries. And this was only Yi Fan. If it was any other Saint King, They might not be able to withstand 2 or 3 moves and would immediately be smashed in a meat paste. Cheat, cheat, cheat. Suddenly, 3 streaks of resplendent golden light appeared. 3 golden snakes that were several zhang in length flew over like 3 golden divine spears. They went straight for Yifan. Shameless longworms. I knew that you all were sinister and vicious. You actually appeared at this time, harboring evil intentions, and had long since planned this. Aren't you afraid that the Divine Realms people will eliminate you first? Lama shouted.